where I committed the burglary, stole the vehicle. There was really no strategic plan there. It was more or less a plan of like a route to achieve drugs, to be straightforward. Ended up leading to officers stopping me where I chose to elude the police. That's the short, concise version.
All right. Obviously not well thought out
No,
or executed,
no.
but your
Not-
goal was get a bunch of stuff and trade it for drugs.
Yes.
And it sounds like you knew how to do that. You had some experience trading stuff for drugs. All right. There is some restitution. I assume you'll pay.
Yes. I'll have to get out, see what type of job I end up acquiring, what the finances look like. That I'll have to factor in cost of living. But I've thought about restitution and being able to budget that accordingly, and making sure that I handle my financial responsibilities.
Okay. Tell me about your drug history. How did you get started in the first place?
So I've unpacked this a lot in therapy. So when I was late teen, 16 or so, my father had, I was really against drugs. My father was diagnosed with cancer. Both parents have HIV. It ended up affecting his health tremendously. It changed our home environment exponentially. My father ended up leaving our family, which led my mom to be a single mother, and she had full-time jobs, so it's kind of left to my own vices. We ended up moving to we couldn't afford where we were living at without both incomes. And so we ended up moving to a neighborhood that wasn't idealistic, where I ended up meeting people that were drug users. I was impressionable and chose to use meth. And since then, it's been kind of like a back and forth scenario in my life of drug use. So that's what led me to drug use, was just those issues when I was younger and not really having the right guidance, I think, at the time.
Okay. Did it make your life better, worse, or neither?
I would say neither. It made it to where like there was really no other responsibilities and no objective and no direction. It was just kind of like living. I didn't have to worry about the parental issues. I didn't have to worry about like what I needed to do with my future. So I wouldn't say it made it better or worse. I mean, eventually it made it way worse. And at the time it felt like it was making it better. I guess would be the answer to that.
I guess you wouldn't start off using drugs with the goal of having a worse life.
No, yeah.
But eventually it made it way worse by doing what? Why was it way worse?
So people that, when I've been arrested, it's I reflect on the crimes committed, but I also start reflecting on deeper issues such as like people I've let down, people I've hurt, things I said, things I didn't say. What made it worse is just like not being able to be the man I know I can be, like letting down my children, letting down my mother, letting down opportunities with certain careers that had a lot of promise, and just betraying those, having my freedom taken, my health. I mean, drugs. I'm a very like fit person. I like to promote health and better decisions, and all those things made it worse.
Okay. Any issues with your mental or physical health that you believe the board needs to know about?
No, I have no mental health or physical health issues.
You are in, let's see, you completed drug treatment November 29th of last year.
Yes, sir.
Are you still going to achieve, or are you done completely with that?
Oh no, I'm still in the program. I live there. I reside there as a graduate, so I mentor and guide people as they come in. Believe it or not, a lot of people aren't really up to the idea of change, so they have to be coached along. So I've decided to stay there and help and guide, at least currently in my living position.
So you graduated, but you're staying to help.
Yes.
Why? In other words, There must be something about the program that you found useful. Is that right?
Oh, so many different things.
Tell me some things that you found useful that will make a difference.
So I had to really dive into why I chose to use drugs and that my own journey. I, for some reason, thought it was like this light switch of like, I'm not using and now I'm going to use. And so going through the program, and I've done multiple different programs and I didn't imbibe all the knowledge from every program, but I took jewels from each program. And I learned that my drug use is founded in emotional dysregulation, a lack of setting boundaries, and not having a proper support network. So when I have the opportunities to reach out and help and guide other people that have lived that same experience, I kind of have an understanding of where they might need help at. And a lot of that I believe is I've learned about emotional regulation, a lot of different strategies. I have a lot of different coping skills, a lot of different tools now. I know that there's different strategies for different circumstances, boundaries. I always thought, I guess I kind of lived like a people pleaser. So I thought setting boundaries was like telling somebody what to do, what they can and can't do. So therefore, like maybe create some animosity. But now I know that setting boundaries is healthy for me and the other person, and then a support network. So I always thought I could do it on my own, and I did do it on my own until I didn't do it on my own. So really, I couldn't do it on my own. And so I've learned about having and establishing a proper support network of people you can trust. So I think those are the things I've taken from the program. The higher things, obviously, I've taken like other little things. Those are like the big ones that I feel that I've applied to my life, and I apply them daily. So I think those are the big things that I can help and preach with other people as they come into the program, or even after the program. I do have plans to stay in the recovery community when I exit the prison.
You have not gotten into trouble in prison. Tell me how you've managed to avoid getting in trouble.
So when I was initially arrested, there's the drug fog. I'm sure you're familiar with that. It's like I was still kind of going through like a paranoid state. I didn't trust anybody. I didn't care to change my life. I still had this manipulative mindset of like, I need to get out and do what I need to do. But eventually that wore off, and I ended up realizing that where I was at is not where I wanted to be at. I started reconnecting with my mother, my children, which they go back and forth. Sometimes they want to talk to me, sometimes they don't, which is understandable. And so I knew things needed to change. And so with that, I really focused on just being the person I want to be. And because I focused on being the person I want to be as like a future person, I just started being that person daily. And that person doesn't break the rules. That person doesn't commit crimes. That person doesn't betray people. That person doesn't not meet his obligations or fail to keep his commitments or fail to keep his promises. That's how I've stayed out of trouble.
You've talked about this a little bit, but what do you think is the biggest way that you have changed since coming to prison for this offense?
The biggest way I haven't mentioned yet is I have a vision outlined for my life. I have a plan for my life. There's a lot of different areas of that vision. And so when I make decisions, I base them on whether or not it's in alignment with my vision. I base them on whether or not it's the healthy choice for me. And then I factor in whether or not it's the honest choice. Those are kind of the self-dialogue I have with myself to determine where I want to go or what decisions needs to be made at the time. So the biggest thing is I have a plan, I have a purpose, and I honor that purpose. That's the biggest thing for me personally is that.
Your release plans are to live at building beginnings still, or has it changed?
So that has changed, and it's changed recently based on Captain Your Story. I'm a mentor and a guide with that program, and I go around the prison, and I go to Bear 1, and I teach the principals in Green, and Bear 2, we teach it in Bear 2 as well. Amy, who's the founder, is she's offered me a position in Salt Lake City she doesn't have all the details yet, but she had mentioned it. And so I started looking at other opportunities in Salt Lake, and I've had offers as a paralegal. I've done a little college for criminal justice, and it's something I'm super interested in. I'm also interested in the fit community. So I talked to the church. So now I'm looking at, I'm still doing a sober living regardless, and I'm doing some type of treatment when I'm released. That's just my plan, period, because I want to establish a foundation for recovery, and I want to be able to meet people in recovery that are living the same way. And I figured the best way to do that is to get into that. So I don't want to, I use the expression, I don't want to feel like I'm sticking a fork in a blender trying to like figure out something. So if I end up going to Building Beginnings, that is where I will go. But with these other job opportunities in Salt Lake, and then I'm leaning towards the college too. I want to continue my education. I feel Salt Lake might be a more appropriate choice given my vision and where I want to go. So that's the answer to that question. It has changed, but it's still open to that, I guess.
Okay. Now, some people might look at your file and say, look, you had convictions in Montana, Idaho, the feds, Utah. You were just out to make a mockery of the whole system. How would you respond to that? Were you out there to make a mockery of it, or was it something else?
I would say because I was deep in my drug addiction, I would say that there was no goal of making a mockery of everything. I would say that perceptually it would definitely look like that. The person I am when I'm using drugs is not who I am. I am a person that I want to build the community, be a better person, help influence people and guide people to a better way of living. I think now where I'm at, I can give my past purpose and hopefully utilize my lived experience and the things I've done that have been super negative, and hopefully use that knowledge to benefit and promote a better way of life to people that may be living that lifestyle. And to answer your question straightforward, I can see how it looked like that, but when I'm in my addiction, I'm not really, it's just selfish. It's just a selfish intent. There's really no intentions to harm anybody or do anything. It's just like to do what's ever best for the addicted person that I'm being. So it's really just I was being selfish. And in being selfish, I made a mockery of myself, and I made a mockery of everything else that was going on.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, because that was my impression, that you are too well-spoken, too intelligent to be wasting your life using drugs and committing crimes. You
Yes, sir.
more potential,
Yes, sir.
right? All these people who wrote letters feel that you've learned your lesson, which doesn't mean that, boom, you're going to be out there and things will be fine and you won't have any struggles, right?
Yes.
But all these people believe you can deal with the struggles without using drugs or committing crimes. What do you think?
I think so I've focused a lot on programming, and given the amount of knowledge that I've been given, yes, is the answer to that question. I can be successful with the support network that I've established, those people that have wrote those letters, they are part of my support team. Captain Your Story, the tools I've learned, like just to have the self-awareness of like, I'm angry right now. For example, I'm angry right now. If I choose to make decisions right now, they're not going to be the best decisions. It's better for me to get back to who I am, regulate, whether that be nervous or grief-stricken or whatever that may be. I don't need to turn to drugs in order to alleviate those emotional problems, which was in the past. I was never taught that. I didn't ever think of like emotional regulation being the reason why I use drugs. So I know now that like there's so many other options. There's so many other healthy ways to cope with issues in life, and there will be issues in life. I have issues in here, we're kind of limited, you know? So I know once the wide world opens up, there's going to be a lot more issues. And because of the mentors that I have, the people I look up to, you know, I have a higher power. I use that to guide myself as well sometimes. And then just my intuitive self, I know that there's a lot more better, healthy ways than using drugs. And I think before I would turn to that for a lack of like not even knowing that there was other options.
Well, it's time to shake the ketchup loose from the bottle and do something different with your life.
Yes, I can appreciate that expression.
Well, hopefully, you know, you don't receive an answer today.
Hmm.
At least 3 members of the board must agree on what happens next.
Hmm.
And that can take a couple weeks or so to decide, because you've done very well. I can't predict the future, but because you've done well in programming and behaving yourself, things will go better than they would have otherwise.
Thank you.
Any questions about that?
No, the only thing I was going to mention was the Building Beginnings thing. That was kind of like it was kind of cool that she mentioned another opportunity. So that was the only extra thing I wanted to mention. So we touched that. So
Okay, very good. Well, thank you for talking to me, and we'll conclude the hearing at this time.
I appreciate you very much. Thank you.
All right.
Have a good day.
Hello. Good morning to everybody that's in the stream today. I really appreciate you guys tuning in. If you guys want to find out the individual's information, it's located on the description. Also, I've taken some time out of my day to add any news articles that I was able to find under the description also. So throughout the stream, if I have time, then I'll go ahead and post that information up on the screen. And let me remove this here. Let me see. Right here. Yep. All right, cool. Got it. So, hey, shout out to Casey fan, Anna, Dan from Scotland. Let me see, Young, and that's it for now that I could see. I see 10 people watching, but I guess not everybody's participating. But anyhow, hey, I appreciate you anyways. All right, thank you. And then I'm gonna go ahead and go into the background and pull up the next individual's information. For this individual, if this is Travis Goris, I couldn't find anything about his incarceration. I looked around, but I couldn't find anything on Google. If you guys want to take a crack at it to check if you guys can find out what he's incarcerated for, go right ahead. Damn, man, he has a crispy white shirt, ironed up, put it under that bed mattress, and trying to look as sharp as he can. Anyhow, I'm gonna go ahead and go to the background, but I'll be here with you guys.
Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for the original hearing of Travis John Goris.
Yes,
Is that how you pronounce it?
correct.
And that's you?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
219128.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Very good. Mr. Goris, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes.
Did you receive blue disclosure paperwork?
Yes,
Did you review those papers?
I did.
Were they fine, or were there any problems you need to bring up? It's not a trick question. They were
No,
probably.
they were correct.
Okay. Just want to make sure if there were any issues that you can bring them up. The reason we're here is you were all set to parole, and then a new case occurred, assault by a prisoner. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
What was going on? What was the purpose? Were you trying to make a mockery of the system, knowing that you had parole by committing a new assault, or what happened?
Absolutely not. I was associating with the wrong people, honestly. And they told me to come out with them, threat of violence if I didn't. And long story short, I was placed with the decision and I made the wrong choice. Badly.
What do you think you should have done that wouldn't have resulted in making a mockery of
I
the
should have
system?
told them no and went straight to the officers.
Sounds like a better choice.
Nobody would have gotten hurt.
And what it did is extended your guideline pretty significantly as well. And remind me, was this gang related or?
I am not a part of a gang or anything. The two other individuals were part of a gang. That's why I was fearful that either I go with them or be hurt by them the same way they were trying to hurt somebody else.
Okay. Is there anything you would say to the victim of this assault if the person was listening?
That I am deeply sorry. I've actually talked to him once. He's here in Bear 2, and I apologize to him. Reading through the victim's impact statement, I never wanted to make somebody fear to be in a group of other people. You know what I mean? He had to eat out of a straw for 6 months. And that, if I was in that position, that would be terrible, especially here of all places. I mean, this place is not the funnest, to put it mildly, and having those kinds of problems on top of it would be a small version of hell, excuse my language, honestly. So I took victim's impact again while I've been down to re-go over MRT and all those things and kind of put it fresh in my mind, you know what I mean? To just better myself, to make better choices. I should have just went to the officer. Should have faced the music of possibly being hurt, to just go tell an officer what was going on, and he would have been fine. I would have been out a few weeks later, a few months.
Yeah, you would have been out over a year ago.
Yeah.
Now. Your family, I imagine, wishes you would have made a better choice and gotten out.
My daughter is extremely mad at me. My youngest, he's not here, has had the same amount of time with me not being there as me being there in his 4 years of life. I'm hoping that I can be released in time to go to his first day of school, which is in a year or two. You know what I mean? I'm hoping. I've been trying to do VTs. I've been trying to do as much as I possibly can. I've received a write-up for taking an extra tray at Chow, and that cost me a job that I would have had the next day.
Well, what's the date on that one?
That was it was 6 months ago. So June, I believe. June or July. I have two
Fine.
pending ones. One was for I seen the cops, a couple officers smoking, and I said sharing is caring, and they took it as aggressive. But I haven't seen IDH on that one. And the other one, I was in a room and somebody told me grab this and go out, and I got caught with a toothpaste cap in my hand. And so I just haven't seen IDHO on it. That one, the individual that told me that what stuff that it was, that he's going to tell the officers that it was his. He already has. He took accountability for the syringe that was found in there too, and told him, tried to get me off. He said that it's not, none of that was his. I literally came in to grab my sewing needle so I can sew up some pockets. And wrong place, wrong time.
Sounds like you anticipate both of these getting dismissed.
Yes. Yes, and then as soon as those do, have contacted Officer Lee over the vocational training programs. And I'm gonna be pushing as hard as I can to do anything and everything, occupy my time with positive before I leave. I've disassociated with any gang members. That's why I'm in the section that I'm in. And I have a job, have had one since about the last time that I came to the board. Actually, I've had a job since then. So about 18 months ago, 16 months ago, something like that.
You know this, of course, extremely bad idea to pick up disciplinary violations 10 days before a board hearing.
Yes, yes. And that, like, even the officers that I'm housed with were like, what the heck were you thinking? And I didn't, honestly, I did not think a comment of sharing is caring. I want one of those was going to get me a write-up. And it showed me that to anything and anything that I can say, I need to think about before I speak. Think about the repercussions, thinking about how it can impact somebody else as well as myself.
And you are capped for residential treatment.
I didn't know that, honestly. I don't have any substance charges, but I've put in, I'm going to life stability. It starts in February, and I've done the breaking free on the tablet, as well as the electricians and HVAC to start off.
Nobody's mentioned that you're capped
No,
for.
I even asked
residential?
my caseworker what my cappings were, and it was education, nothing of substance abuse, education and work and family, like associations. That's why I've done the MRT, I've done MRT. I've all but 4 of the CBT courses I've completed. The impact of crime, psychology of the brain, parenting parenting 101, inside out dad, making it work, and what's the other one?
Are you done with high school or are you still
Yes,
working? on it?
that's one that I was going to ask if, because I received a notice of completion of a mandatory time cut program, and it was my high school diploma. Literally the day that I got in trouble is the same day that they were handing in my completion of high school.
And when would that have been?
It was May of 2023, or no, June 6th of 2023.
2023?
Yes.
I'll make a note of that. Thanks for bringing that up. Was MRT useful or was it just a time filler?
Actually, no, I was made mandatory. I did it once before when I first on the streets. I didn't really pay attention to it this time. I honestly, I recommend it to anybody that's in here.
Why would you recommend it? What was good about it?
It goes over your past with you and to help you understand, how you developed, how you would take things, and with the group setting, as well as the accountability, honestly, to think of how you would to place yourself in somebody else's shoes. Just like victims impact. Victims impact is repetitive, but it shows that all crime can affect you the same way as from stealing somebody's purse to stabbing somebody. it not only affects you, it affects that person, it affects their family, it affects the community, it, everybody. It's disgusting, really.
If you were to be released, where would you live?
With my mother, with my mother and my daughter, until I can get my own place. But honestly, if I can, I'm moving right next door to mom.
Your mom gonna put up with any nonsense like
Ah.
drug use or anything?
Absolutely not.
How would you support yourself and your kids?
Work. The moment I get out, I go to staffing agencies, and I'll have at least 2 jobs. My 5-year plan is to have the same job for at least the 5 years, a savings account in a place, renting to own, or to own 2 vehicles. And my immediate plan when I am released is to go directly to the board, not the board, to my parole officer, check in, and then to medical to get on any medications like the Suboxone treatment, and renew my medical marijuana card so that I have no problems with anything of substance. You know what I mean? With my job, I should have enough money saved up when I am released to obtain my bus pass so that I can make it to and from work. I have a check outstanding, waiting at one of my staffing agencies because I was arrested before I was able to collect it. So I'm going to use that to pay for my medical card and any prescriptions and everything. So
Okay, so it sounds like you've got a plan to make
Yes,
things
sir.
work.
yes, I should be working literally day 2 after I'm out.
Do you think you've changed since you committed this ag assault?
Extremely. Honestly, I'm 35 years old, and I am so tired of I will not jaywalk. I'm scared to ever be arrested again. I don't want to miss any more of my kids growing up at all. I want them to know who I am and do better than I have ever done. And I can only teach them to not do what I've done by being there. That's the #1 key. After taking the Inside Out Dad, the 4 basic needs, and my biggest problem is being there. I mean, I've made a lot of dumb choices in my life, just not thinking, going on impulse. And the year that I sat in Antelope and Max really helped me focus on, like, this is what I caused myself. Like, I have nobody to blame but me. And it's a hard fact, hard truth to face. And I was lucky to be surrounded by good officers that seen me struggle and helped me through, and realize that they're just a person too. They're not an enemy. They're not like bad guy. You know what I mean? They're a person trying to help the world instead of do what I have done and hurt it. So
Well, they want you to be successful. Your family does, right? And you do, correct?
extremely.
So the choice will be up to you whether to make a mockery of your own words and go back to what you did before, or whether you'll make a go of it and be productive like you have the potential to be, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you have the potential to be successful, contribute to society and your family. Would you agree?
I agree.
Okay. And you've committed to me that that's your plan, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anything else the board needs to know, or have we covered it all?
Small tidbit. My mother submitted her address. It doesn't show in the blue packet that I have a reasonable address. Is that going to affect me in any way?
No. So the board, I'm on the board, as I mentioned. The board doesn't approve
Okay.
addresses. AP&P does that. the board could order you to go to a halfway house. But if the board doesn't order you to go to a halfway house or a program, and the order allows you to live in the community somewhere, AP&P is the entity that will check on addresses and approve it or not.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yes.
Okay.
And the only other one, it says mandatory time cut, but I've heard that it could be off the back end or it could be up front. Do you know? Honestly, I'm nervous about it.
Sure. When someone already has a parole date and they complete a program, then it's a mandatory time cut.
Okay.
But in your case, you don't have a parole date
Okay.
anymore. So it's not a mandatory time cut. It's certainly a good thing that will be considered. But there has to be a date already set to cut from.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Okay?
Yep.
All right. You already know at least 3 members of the board must agree on a decision, and that decision will probably take a few weeks or so. Make sense?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Goris, thank you for talking to me. Wait for the instructions from the officers, and we'll conclude the hearing at this time. Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for a rehearing for Ryan Patrick Palmer. Is that you, sir?
Yes, it is.
Do you know your offender number?
179455.
Thank you. And you're 39 years old?
Yes, I am.
My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Palmer, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yes, I did.
Now, the major purpose of this hearing was to discuss the sex offense assessment, which I only received late yesterday afternoon, so I wasn't sure whether you had received it at all.
It was done late. So
When did you receive it?
it was like 2 days after, or like 9 days after the 2nd of December. It was done.
Okay.
I don't know what it says.
Well, it's, all right. That's why I ask. The date of the report is January 8th of this year. Have you received one dated January 8th of this year?
No.
That's what I suspected. This latest report, Lane Coonsey is the evaluator. It's dated January 8th, 2025. You are entitled to receive copies of everything, including these reports, with enough time to go over them, think about them, decide what you want to say about them. And it sounds like you haven't received it. Is that right? You haven't received it?
No.
So the choice is we can continue this hearing, give you an opportunity to review it, prepare and come back and speak about it, or I can give you a summary of what it says and you can speak about it now. It's completely up to you. It's not a problem if you want time to review the report and come back later.
I'm good. I don't need to review it.
What's that?
I don't need to review it.
Okay. So it sounds like you want me to give you a summary
Yes.
and we can discuss it. At the end, if you feel like you just didn't have enough time, I can put a hold on things, give you time to write us a letter. But we'll go ahead with the hearing because that's what you want to do. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Do you remember speaking to this evaluator?
Yes, I do.
How was the general process? Did you feel like it was a fair process?
It went fair, smooth.
Sounds like no problems.
No problem at all.
The evaluator mentions that when you were in youth corrections, you participated in juvenile sex offense treatment.
Yes.
Is that accurate? That would have been quite a while before the offense that brings you to prison. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you feel like it was useful treatment or just a time filler, a waste of time?
Wasted time.
I appreciate you being straight up. It's helpful to get your perspective. Why was it a waste of time? Just not useful or what?
Not useful, and it's just hard for me at the time.
Okay, thanks for telling me that. In prison, you did participate in some of it's called pre-treatment
Yes.
programs. Did you feel that that was useful at all, or was that also a waste of time?
That was useful.
What was useful about pre-treatment?
It gave me ideas of where I needed to work on myself in the areas.
Tell me what areas?
Like my time and the time management. I needed to have better time management so I can fill my time up instead of having board time of where I don't have anything to do or stuff like that.
Okay. So, if I'm hearing you, you learn that it's bad to be idle with nothing to do because then you get in trouble.
Yes.
Any other things about pre-treatment that you thought were helpful, or was that the main thing?
That's the main.
Then you were released on parole, had some violations a few times. If someone were to ask you when you were on parole, was your goal to make a mockery of the system and that's why you violated parole, or was it something else?
I wouldn't say I would make a mockery of it. I respect the system. I made a choice to violate parole on the for my first violation was going on a park trail. And just had to get to work the fastest way.
Okay, so you weren't deliberately making a mockery of
No.
things. This new report says that you're evaluated to be well above average risk based on all of the components that they look at. Do you have any comments about that? Did they tell you that already?
No, I don't believe that.
Tell me your point of view. Why do you see it differently?
Because while I was just out there on parole this last time,
Mhm.
I was actually going to treatment. I was going there every week, rain or shine, actually participating and being honest with my therapist. Even though I did violate parole by talking to the woman with kids, when my parole officer decided to tell me break it off, I stepped away slowly to lessen the harm and the heartbreak on her part. That's why I said I'm less of low risk.
Thank you for answering that question. There's a statement in here that I wanted to ask you about. I don't know if there was a typo in this statement. So the report says that you said that you have never had a sexual experience that was consensual. Is there a typo in there?
That's way taken away of context.
Tell me what it means.
I would say I'm a virgin. I never had any kind of sexual relationship.
Thanks for clarifying that. The way it was written, it was hard to understand what it meant. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. The recommendation is that you complete a new program here in the prison. So rather than do the entire sex offender treatment program again, it essentially recommends a new program, which is shorter, 8 to 10 months of treatment, rather than the typical 2 years for the whole program. Has anybody talked to you about that, or is that a surprise to you?
Surprise.
Are you willing to participate and give it a full effort if the board orders you to do so?
If they order me, yes.
Is it something that you want to do?
Preferably, I would like to be out and do it out there.
I'm certainly not a mind reader, but I got the feeling that you would answer that question that way. But that is the recommendation here, is that you complete what's called Road to Freedom, which is a newer program, shorter than what they had in the past. That's the basic summary of the evaluation. Do you feel like you want to think about it more and write the board a letter, or do you want the board to go ahead and make a decision?
I'd make their decision.
Okay. Anything else, an update on what you've been doing in prison, or anything that's happened that you haven't told the board before?
I would like them to consider what I sent them before this hearing. The 11-page plan, the release, and that I wrote out. The residency, the home in, I already,
Say that again.
the residency part
Okay.
of that plan, I have secured. I'm on the waiting list for it, but once I get a date, I would move up the list.
I'll review that plan, but remind me what the residency part of it is.
Home in Salt Lake.
Home in? Okay. And they've told you they'll take you?
Yes, and the Brother and Sister Fraser of the LDS Church has communicated with them to keep me on the list, the wait list for it. But once I get a date, I would move up the list. So when a room comes available on that date.
Making a note of that. Anything else the board needs to know besides the 11-page plan?
I'm currently in the solid program and doing well.
What is going well in the solid program?
Staying out of trouble. And I'm actually had to go my level 2, solid level 2 this week or this month.
Well, that's good. Right.
I've learned communication skills. Even like now, talking here with confidence, I've gained that from that program.
You're expressing yourself well and
Yes.
articulately.
Very.
Very good. Thank you for telling me that. As you know, you don't receive a decision today in this hearing. At least 3 members of the board must agree on what happens next, and that decision can take several weeks, perhaps even a month. Do you have any questions about that process?
No, I just remembered one thing I wanted to
Okay, what is it?
is I know the Northern Utah Correctional Center has taken the solid program on as part of their programs. And I'm pretty sure they'd be willing to take me. I'd be willing to help run their program or be a part of it. The solid out program.
I'll make a note of that as well.
Besides that, I also wanted to point out when I was out there recently, every Saturday I would going up to the Ogden Bike Collective, volunteering my time, fixing bikes. For people that didn't have the money or the income to get bikes for themselves or their kids. As a way to pay back.
That's certainly a good thing to be involved in.
I plan to be involved when I get back out, hopefully.
Well, thank you for talking to me this morning, and we'll conclude this hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, all right. Hey, I want to go ahead and welcome everybody to You Have a Collect Call From. And today we are in the state of Utah. For those of you that it's the first time watching Utah hearings, just be prepared. There is a lot of individuals that have some pretty horrific crimes involving women and kids. Eleanor, that scares me, as he was close to kids at that bike place. Yup. Let me see. Next up is going to be Sanchez. Last name, William Charles. 138655. And I couldn't find any information on him either. The last two SOs that I looked up, their information didn't come up on the Utah website. I'm not sure if it's because they're currently incarcerated or what the deal is, but that is, I find that interesting. Put up the next individual's information up, and from now on, I think what I'm just gonna start doing, I'm just gonna start looking them up all in the registry, just being proactive, just in case they're on here. Let me see here, Sanchez.
Morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. We're on the record now. This is the time set for a rehearing for William Sanchez. Is that you, sir?
That's me, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
138655.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. Is that all right with you?
Yes, sir.
I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Sanchez, did you receive 7 days written notice of this hearing?
I did.
Looks like you received blue disclosure material.
Yes, sir.
Did you review it?
Yes.
Is one of the items in there the psychological review dated December 31st of last year?
Yes, sir.
So you have received it? Did you review it?
I reviewed it.
Okay. The purpose, well, one of the main purposes of this hearing is to talk about it and get your viewpoint. Are you willing to do that?
Sir.
Okay. First, before we do, are you doing all right? You feel like you're thinking clearly?
Yeah, pretty clear.
Pretty clear? Could you be more clear, or are you thinking as clearly as it gets?
And as clearly as it gets.
Okay, that's great. Are you on any medications right now?
Sir, I take Invega, Latuda, Zyprexa and
Do those medications help you think clearly, or do they make it so you can't think clearly?
make it so I can think clearly.
And are you pleased that the medications help you out?
Help out pretty much, pretty good.
Okay. Uh, There was a note in here that you previously said that you hear voices on a regular basis. Is that still going on?
Not so much, but I can still, once in a while, I get that.
How about right now? Any of that happening here in this room?
All right, now I'm pretty clear.
Okay. If things happen and you don't feel like you're doing good, let me know.
Okay.
Is that fair?
Yeah,
So let's talk about the psychological evaluation,
sure.
if we can. And when I ask you these questions, I'm not trying to embarrass you or definitely not trying to irritate you. I just want to get your view on what this says.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
yeah,
So they might be hard questions, but the reason they're hard questions is I want to be fair and get your viewpoint rather than skip them and have to guess what you would have said.
okay,
Does that sound fair to you?
that's fair.
It says in the past that you've had a number of diagnoses, including schizophrenia, antisocial personality disorder, a number of other things. Is that correct, that in the past you've
Yeah.
been diagnosed with this?
Yeah, that's correct.
Do you feel like those were correct diagnoses, or were they missing the ball?
They started me on medication, so that kind of helped out with the voices and stuff, you know?
Okay, so it was probably correct.
Correct, yeah.
It says you have not been involved in mental health therapy over the last year. Is that right?
Yeah, I went to mental health a few times this year or last year.
When you say you went to mental health, do you mean the mental health unit here, or you went and talked to a therapist?
The mental health unit here,
Okay, the housing unit.
yeah.
There's a note here that says the reason you went to the mental health unit was to get away from other inmates that you owed some debts to. Is that right, or is that
No, that's-
incorrect?
That's incorrect information. I never get in debt with nobody in prison.
Say that again.
I never get into debt with nobody in prison, so
I wonder where that information came from. Do you have any idea?
maybe the psych ward, they might have asked me about it then. And I told them the same thing. I'm not trying to get out of nothing or that I owe somebody, you know?
Okay. Let me ask you this. Do you think that you might have said that and don't remember it, or are you pretty sure you've never said that?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I never said that before.
Okay. That's helpful to get your viewpoint. That's why we're talking about it. Make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Quite a bit of this report is very curious. It says, do you know what the word malinger means?
Linger, no, I'm not familiar with it.
So the report from Dr. Peck says that he believes that you are malingering, which means faking mental health problems or faking that they're worse than they really are. Has anybody ever told you that they believe that you're faking mental health concerns?
No, nobody ever said nothing like that to me. Other than Dr. Peck.
So Dr. Peck told you? Do you remember what he said? Did he tell you he thinks that you are?
Yeah, he said that that I have a personality disorder or something, and that it's probably not so bad as some of the diagnoses. Or
Okay, so he felt like you were pretending to be worse off than you are. Is that what he said?
yeah, that's what the report said.
Okay. I'm curious why someone would do that. What would be the motivation to pretend to be worse off than they are?
I don't know. I suffer. I have mental health problems, you know. So I don't know why they would say something like that, but
In other words, if you were to pretend that your mental health problems are worse than they are, it would mean that you'd just stay in prison. But it seems like you want to get out.
yes, I do. I'd like to get out of this prison.
So what motivation would there be? I'm curious about that. What motivation would there be for you to pretend? Can you think of any reason why what they'd come up with?
I can't really think of a reason why they would say that, but I've only seen the guy one time or twice. No, I seen him a few years back too, so. Dr. Peck or whatever, is that his name?
Yeah, uh-huh.
Yeah, I talked to him and he pretty much said the same thing both times I've seen him. Which was that he thinks that I have a disorder, but that it's not as serious as it seems to be.
But you're not faking anything.
No, I'm not. I'm seriously, I have problems with voices, and I get drawn out when I'm around somebody for a long time, you know,
Mhm.
and I feel like kind of alienated.
Is that, I think we agree it would be very strange to want to get out of prison, but then fake something that is the very thing that would keep you here, right?
Yeah, exactly.
He did say that he doesn't think you take accountability for the crimes that put you in prison. Is that a true statement?
No, I take responsibility for what I did, you know. I got to talking with the girl and I started showing her my tattoos and she was showing me her belly ring, and I kind of, you know, figured she was cool with whatever, you know, and
But she wasn't?
but she turned around and said no. So after she said no, I kind of shoved her down and left her there where we was at. I shouldn't have done that. That was probably the main mistake I made.
So you do agree you did wrong?
Yeah, I did wrong. I agree that.
And you do agree that you feel you're ready for parole?
Yeah, I think it's been long enough that I can have a chance to go to maybe a sober living house or sober living or some kind of maybe a halfway house with the same programming in it would be cool. I mean, at this point, I'd take an intensive parole, you know, to monitor and everything. But chances are that I'll probably be in a halfway house, so. And I know they offer some help there too, so.
Do you agree that you in the past have had issues abusing alcohol and marijuana?
Yeah, I told myself that as long as I don't use it and I take one day at a time, you know, kind of like the AA philosophy,
Mm-hmm.
that I think I'll be all right. It's been too many years I've wasted here in prison, you know, as far as that goes.
I want to be clear, I'm not a mental health professional, right?
Yeah,
But abusing drugs and alcohol, I'm pretty sure is not good for mental health.
no, it's definitely not good.
You'd agree with that?
I agree, yeah.
Does it cause any extra problems when you use alcohol and drugs with your mental health?
Well, I just tend to want to keep drinking when I start drinking, you know, as far as like just keep going. But I told myself that if it comes down to getting drunk and being out of prison, I'd rather be out of prison and sober, you know.
Mm-hmm. Now, for the recommendations, as you know, when you read it, it recommends that you complete substance abuse treatment in prison first.
Is that what it says?
Yeah, is that something you agree with?
I'd rather do it on the streets. I have, like I say, with my mental health problems, it's hard to stay in one area. Cause I was in solid for about 5 months. I did Conquest for about 5 months. Between a couple of times they bring me over there. I just couldn't stay the whole time due to my mental health issues.
Do you think they're good enough now that you could finish up whatever you have left?
If they take me back, I'm hoping that I can do an outpatient program, but
Rather do it outside, but
yeah, just for the simple fact that I'm an asshole and I really don't, I haven't had no drug charges to send me to prison, you know. It was just the sex charge, you know.
sure, that's why those are the offenses that you're committed to prison for, correct? But it appears that there have been issues with drugs and alcohol, and it would be good to take care of those somehow, right?
Definitely.
How do you think your mental health is now? Better than ever or worse than it's been at some point? What would you say?
It still kind of bugs me now and again. I wake up having those days where I feel just drawn out, you know, like,
What is it about your mental health that bugs you?
just, I feel like alienated from people once I get into like a routine, you know, I feel like I can't do it, you know, like I'm not worth it, you know, but I am worth it. So
So you feel a little bit hopeless at times?
yeah, I get pretty low sometimes.
You are correct that you are worth
Yeah,
it, worth doing treatment and getting better.
yeah.
How often, you said you don't hear voices as much. How often do you think you are hearing voices these days?
Well, it seems like the longer I'm around people, it's kind of hard being around people a lot, because I'm more I like to stick to myself and do my own little thing, you know.
Are you saying that when you're around people more, that causes agitation and you hear voices more often?
Yeah, and I feel I've become exhausted when I'm doing that.
Is this an everyday thing?
No, it's not an everyday thing. It's just once I get into a kind of like a routine to where I'm doing things, and then it kind of throws me off, you know.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you talking to me about the psychological evaluation. Do you feel that there is anything else the board needs to know?
Just that if you give me a chance on parole, I'll prove that, I'm not the same man that came in here, you know? Young and dumb. A little bit wiser now, you know, I'm getting older.
In addition to being wiser, how else are you a changed man?
I set little goals now, you know, to achieve them little goals at a time. One step at a time, you know?
As you know, you don't receive a decision in this hearing today, right?
All right,
Is that something that you do know?
yeah.
Okay. So that's not a surprise.
um,
At least 3 members of the board must agree on what to do next. That decision can take a few weeks or perhaps even a month or so.
Okay,
Do you understand that?
yes, sir.
Any questions about that process?
Oh, it's just waiting now, right?
Right.
Yeah,
Well, waiting, but also taking medication. If you have problems, talk to a therapist,
yeah,
right?
yes, sir.
So I don't
That's
mean
fine.
sit around doing nothing.
Yeah.
You need to wait for a decision, but while you're waiting, you should take your medication and be productive.
Okay,
Can you do that?
yeah,
Okay. Well, thank you for talking to me, Mr. Sanchez, and we'll conclude the hearing.
okay, thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
That signal means we're on the record now. This is the time set for the rehearing for Robert Kirkland. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you know your offender number?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me what it is?
144518.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. I need to swear you in, so please raise your right hand. Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Kirkland, did you receive 7 days written notice of your hearing?
Yes, sir, I did.
And I imagine your case manager also told you about it.
Absolutely. Yes, sir.
Did you receive any blue disclosure materials?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you review them?
Absolutely, sir.
Do you feel like you have them all, or was there anything missing or anything that was incorrect?
I believe everything was there for the most part. There was one thing that I received afterwards, which was the assessment from the therapist. And I believe that was incorrect.
Which assessment? The sex offense assessment?
Yes, sir.
What do you believe was incorrect about it?
Sir, the only for the fact that I wasn't present when he did the assessment. I never met with the therapist at one time. nor was I asked any questions or was I at any time given a chance to respond or opportunity to speak at all.
So I never met with anybody at all.
No, sir, I didn't.
And you arrived here from Florida last September.
Yes, sir, September 10th, sir.
How long were you serving that sentence in Florida?
It was 12 years, or 11 years, 9 months, and a few weeks, sir.
We'll just jump right to one of the issues if we can. As you know from reading the paperwork, there are statements that say you may or may not have completed sex offense treatment in Florida.
Yes, sir.
Nobody has been able to find the records from Florida. Is that still your understanding, that the records are out there but haven't been received?
True. May I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
So in Florida Department of Corrections, they don't only particularly focus on sex offender treatment, but the programs that they do have they're all encompassing. So they focus on every area of criminality. I've taken over 4,000 hours of classes, programs. I have certificates that we sent to the board. I believe my wife sent them to the board before, and then my caseworker also sent them again. So I've taken classes such as victim impact that talked about, the situations when you commit a crime and how it affects the other person, trauma recovery, the healing process, what abuses and crimes do, and how people have to go through trauma. And then there was a 30-week course called Commitment to Change, which included also SOTP modules. So though they were not exclusive SOTP, there were multiple modules within each of these courses that included crimes dealing with sexuality and offenses like kidnap, things like that. So I haven't actually taken a specific therapy for just that, but actual total rehabilitation, sir.
And that was 30 weeks?
Yeah, Commitment to Change. And I believe that that certificate is in my blue packet. It's on the record.
Okay. Were these programs just time fillers to keep you busy, or did you feel like they were beneficial in some way?
Actually, so when I first came to prison, I was one of those guys who was in denial, so I was angry. And at one time, it bared on me where I had to ask for help. I went to mental health and I asked them for help. And the mental health office, they directed me to the Horizon program. So July 9th, 2013 is when I began the Horizon program. And I stayed in that program for 7 years to graduate phase 1. My graduation date was actually July 31st, 2020. And I continued after that in phase 2, where I began mentoring men. So I received 1,220 hours of classes in the first phase, and it was volunteer. It wasn't time filler because I know I needed the help at the time. Phase 2, I began mentoring. I became what's called an A22 or a facilitator. So I would actually go out and teach the same classes that I took. And I got 2,594 hours of mentoring classes for phase 2. After phase 2, sir, I took phase 3, where I would actually begin to make programs. I was a mentor full time. I talked to young men that would come in with the same issues I had, and I would actually coach them into taking classes as well. Because at first, guys come in and say, well, I'm not doing these classes. They're not for me. But I know I needed it. So I volunteered and I stayed in the whole program. So my first graduation certificate is say January 2014, and my last one says August 2024. And I stayed in the programs continually. It wasn't just a time filler, sir.
Thanks for telling me that. You are here for 2 counts of sex abuse of a child.
Yes, sir.
Did you engage in that activity, or were you framed or otherwise innocent?
I engaged in the activity, sir.
There was an old statement where you had said that you didn't commit the crimes, but maybe that's because you were in denial, as you said.
At that time. as I've gone through, and like I said, as I've taken these classes like victim impact and trauma recovery, denial, only thing it does, it keeps the trauma within me. And the more people hold trauma in, they've never freed themselves from the issue. So they're more likely to reoffend because they're still holding on to the same issues. Denial and guilt will make a person reoffend. I had to let that go. When I talked to the mental health therapist in 2013, this was the first time somebody actually sat down and listened, and I got to speak freely without judgment. And when I got it off my chest, when I actually confessed, when I accepted the wrong that I did, I knew from that time it was a change for me, and I had to become an example of change, because in today in my life, you know, I see things a lot differently. I've grown, I've matured a lot, and I've actually, you know, become a better man. I've become married, where before I was just in the world, I was free and I didn't have any cares. So now my responsibility isn't just me, but it's also my wife also. And I've had to come to terms with the truth. I can't look at myself in the mirror and say, oh man, this didn't happen, I didn't do this. I have to look at myself in the mirror and say, how do you overcome, and how do you never hurt somebody again?
Okay. Thanks for telling me that. No alcohol or drug issues,
No, sir.
correct? Anything the board needs to know about your mental or physical health?
My mental health and my physical health are well to this date, sir.
Or what?
Are well to this date.
That's good.
Yes, sir.
We've talked about the programming. You have been involved in, let's see, are you in programming right now? Or you haven't been here very long, so it may just not have been enough time.
But what I have been doing, so you're absolutely right. I have been working the whole time. From R&O, I was a hall worker, my 10th day at the prison. And when I left R&O, actually my 10th day, when I was in Bear 4 unit, I have been assigned to culinary. I've been in culinary for I've received paychecks twice. And in 30 days, I was promoted to a cafe gopher. And I'm still there currently. I believe that every staff and officer would give you good marks on my behavior, my conduct, and my tact.
Well, I know that you do not have any disciplinary violations. It does say, as you mentioned, employed with a good rating. I suppose even in the short time you've been here, you've probably had the opportunity to get into trouble if you wanted to, right?
I could have.
Why did you avoid getting into trouble?
Sir, in my time in prison in Florida, Florida's a very violent institution. And it's hard to avoid trouble down there. I don't know if you have the classification assessment. In all those years, I got 4 minor write-ups in 12 years. And this was a violent institution. Trouble's all around you all the time. There was plenty of opportunities for, you know, illegal drugs, alcohol. They make wine, gambling, and I avoided it there. Utah is a much finer institution. Guards are more professional. There's actually friendly staff. And the trouble that happens here, I think people bring upon themselves. So there's not a time where I was ever tempted to say, hey, I want to do that too. As I said, now I'm 44 years old, and I put those things behind me, sir, because I have to be an example. I have to be a responsible person, because, yeah, we're in prison. But when these young men come in and they see a guy like me come in doing the same thing that they're doing, what do they have to look forward to? These guys are keep on, old school, he's still doing that, so it's cool for me. But I have to say, okay, somebody has to give somebody a light, even in these walls. So I have to say, you know what? I don't have to do that. I'm fine who I am. If a person doesn't like me because I don't participate, that's okay. I know my wife loves me. I know the Most High Creator, he loves me. I love myself now. I used to hate myself, so I would get involved so people like me. Because I love myself and I know who I am, I pass up any opportunity for negativity because it doesn't do anything for me.
So Utah is like balloons and lollipops compared to Florida. Huh?
But it's still prison, so I have to take it serious.
Sure.
Just because they don't have a helicopter landing on the yard every day, or there's not riots every day, doesn't mean it's still prison. Stuff still happens, yes. But I have a greater opportunity here. like, I was amazed that we get paid for work. In Florida, you get gain time. So the opportunities that you have here, there's college here. You can go to college, you can get an education here, you can get a high school diploma here versus just only getting a GED in Florida. So there's a lot of opportunities here that a person can take, advantage of while in prison. So you can leave here with a better mindset and better opportunities to live. So even though it's a lot safer and a lot nicer, I still take it serious because I'm still not free. I'm still not home with with my wife. Excuse me.
You have mentioned this already at various points, but if you had to give me a summary of how you have changed since you've come to prison, what would you say?
I was angry. I was depressed. I would always blame everybody else. When I first came to prison, it was point the fingers. I'm never at fault. I was a victim. I was a victim of abuse myself at one time. So it was always everybody else. I had to learn, looking at not just myself, but every man that comes through these doors, we put ourselves in the position to be here. So if I would give you a summary, my definition of a man is somebody who's responsible for what they think, for what they say, and what they do. And I've become that man because today I know that I put myself in this position. Nobody else did. I can't blame anybody. And I'm the only person who can remove myself from this situation. And I have to do it through truth and reality.
Your release plans are to go back to Florida?
Yes, sir. I have a stable residence. We have a house in Tallahassee in the county, Leon County. We have a vehicle. I have a veterans representative named Janet Enders at Career Source. And she told me upon my release, I can go to Career Source where they can even help me with the trade to get my CDL, or if I want to do welding. But Career Source will help me out because I'm a veteran and a felon. I can go there, get the training, they'll cover it. And then once I get my certificate and or CDL, they can place me at companies where I can start off making, a wage where I can survive. I can pay my fees or fines or whatever it takes. And again, I'm married to a great woman. She's been supporting me through my sentence in Florida. She left Texas to come to Florida. She was a victim of abuse herself. And she was the one, who motivated me later on and told me, I know what change looks like, because she was a victim of this herself. She said, I know what it looks like, and I'm going to stick with you. I know you can do it. So she supports me. I have a mother, lives up in Ohio. She supports me as well. And she's always in my corner. Anything I need, she'll help me. So my release plan is pretty solid, sir. We're ready to get back to the working world. She actually wants to go with me, get her CDL, we'll drive teams, local teams, drivers, because she wants to spend time with me. And she's like also a safeguard for me because I look at her and look at there's somebody that actually believes in me. So I'm not going to do wrong, not just because I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to put her through any more harm. And I don't want her to be in pain because I did something wrong and I'm in here. And she sacrificed all this time for me. So my release plan, it involves stable residence, stable vehicle, and a loving family that here for me, regardless of whatever titles are placed upon me or whatever I've done to myself.
You never know how long an interstate compact is going to take.
Okay.
If you were released and had to wait for that process, would you need to go to a halfway house, or do you have anywhere else you could go in the meantime?
So me and my wife spoke about this. I would either go to a halfway house or she would plan to move here if I was given a date so I could have a stable residence. And we're 100% sure about this. My wife is on SSI and she receives Section 8 housing, so she can take her housing voucher and move anywhere. So it wouldn't have to be where we have to struggle to find a place, because there's a lot of places that would accept her already. And she's looked at some places and areas. Actually, she called AP&P to see what areas could I live in based upon my charges on release. So that way I wouldn't have to, struggle to find a place to live. So we had that as a plan B if the interstate compact didn't work.
Well, it generally does work eventually. It just takes some time.
Absolutely.
Is there anything else the board needs to know, or have we covered everything possible already?
One thing, I do have time for probation when I do get released to Florida, so I would be supervised anyway. So it's not like I just be getting released freely. So they would supervise me for 2 years on an ankle monitor from my previous incarceration. So I still would have to do right, regardless whether I was here or there. I would still have to follow the rules to make sure I don't get, reincarcerated or increase the recidivism rate. So I just wanted the board to know that it's not like I'm being released in just free reign. I'm still gonna have to follow the law. I'm still gonna have to pay my fines. I'm still gonna have to work. And that's what I plan to do anyway. But it's another safeguard as well to ensure that if I was to be released, that I wouldn't just be coming back here with a charge or come back here with a violation, because after 12 and almost a half years, if I haven't learned my lesson by now, then I never will.
Well, you're very well spoken, and it sounds like you have learned a number of lessons.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure your caseworker told you this, and you're not going to be surprised when I tell you that you don't receive an answer today in this hearing, right?
Yes, sir.
At least 3 members of the board must agree on what happens next,
Sure.
a rehearing, parole, or whatever it may be.
Yes, sir.
Understood?
Yes, sir.
That decision can take several weeks or even a month or 2.
Yes, sir.
Any questions about that process?
I don't have any questions, sir.
All right. Well, thank you for speaking to me this morning, and we will conclude the hearing.
Thank you, sir. Have a great day, sir.
You too. Good morning. We're on the record now. This is the time set for the rehearing for Shawn Johnson. Is that you, sir?
Yes,
Do you know your offender number?
250481.
Very good. My name is Blake Hills. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole, and I've been assigned to conduct the hearing. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
Would you please raise your right hand? Do you promise that the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Go ahead and put your hand down. Mr. Johnson, did you receive 7 days written notice of the hearing?
Yeah, the second one or the first one?
This hearing that we're here for right now?
Yeah, the psych evaluation. Yeah, I got it.
Well, first, did you receive notice of this hearing, or did they just come and grab you and bring you here today as a surprise?
I knew I was coming here.
Okay. How did you know that?
Well, it was on the paper, the blue packet paper.
Okay, very good. And you reviewed the blue packet?
Yeah.
Was the psychological evaluation a part of the packet?
Yeah.
Did you review that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you feel like you're prepared to go forward, or do you need to come back another time?
I'm prepared to go forward.
All right. Can you see me?
Kinda, yeah, as much as I can see. My
Okay.
eyesight will allow me to see.
Can you tell I'm a person, or
I can tell you're a person.
are you able to read?
Not that good. I need assistance. So like I said, I had the ADA for all that.
So how did you review the psychological evaluation?
My ADA read it to me.
Okay. Is it possible for you to read yourself, or does someone have to read? for
Someone
you?
has to read it to me. I can't see it enough for me to read by myself.
Did the ADA read it word for word,
Yeah.
or so read the whole thing word for word?
Yeah.
And did you understand what was being read to you?
If I didn't, I asked questions.
Okay. If you need more time, you can come back later, but it sounds like you want to go forward.
Yeah.
Okay. The psychological evaluation, did somebody talk to you in person?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
No. I know it was a chick. I forgot her name.
It was a female
Yeah.
person?
Yeah.
So you can see well enough to know if someone's male or female?
Yeah.
Was it Dr. Karen Mom? Does that sound familiar?
I think so.
Mom?
Yeah.
How did the process go? Before we talk about what is in the report, how was the general process? Did it seem to be fair to you, or was it not fair?
Oh, that was fair.
Was there anything about that process that you felt like you weren't able to express yourself or say what you had to say?
No.
Dr. Mom indicated that you were hospitalized at age 16 following a suicide attempt. Is that right?
Yeah.
Was that a hospital for the treatment of injuries or a hospital for mental health concerns?
It was a hospital for mental health, but the lady, when I was there, because I was only there for uh like a week, and I guess the lady that's the head of that place, she said that I wasn't suicidal, that I just had problems that I needed to handle. So she recommended that I talk to a therapist.
Okay. So whatever issue was going on was taken care of?
Um, no, but I ended up talking to counselors about it because my foster dad didn't want me talking to a counselor about any issues. Like those were his words. Like I didn't need to talk to anybody about things that happened in the house.
Just take care of stuff yourself?
Yeah.
All right. She also indicated that starting at age 13, you used marijuana, LSD, cocaine, other drugs. Is that accurate?
Yeah.
How did you get started? Just because that's what was
That
going
was
on?
just my friends, like my friends introduced me to it.
Did it make your life better, worse, or neither?
Made it worse 'cause I'm here. uh
So you're here, that's worse.
yeah.
Did it make your life worse in any other way?
As far as like decision making, yeah.
Tell me more about that. How did it impact your decision making?
Like I never finished high school. Like I stopped caring about high school. Stopped caring about uh my my like well being like altogether.
Like that's how it impacted me.
Sounds like you stopped caring about anything at all.
Yeah.
Stopped caring about everything other than drugs.
Well, yeah, as you could put it like, yeah, when you put it like that, yeah.
Well, you don't have to just agree. I want to get your viewpoint.
Well, um, like I was, it was a rough time, so I mean, like it helped me cope with everything. But like I said, I didn't care about finishing high school. Um, I didn't care about how it affected the people around me. So
Did it affect others?
yeah.
How did it affect other people?
Well, it affected my brother because he had to pick me up when I was at that mental institution. So you know, it affected my mental state. It messed with my little brother, and then it made him go through some stuff, and then it affected my friends, the people that were close to me.
Okay. Dr. Mom said that there were some post-traumatic stress issues, but not necessarily a severe mental illness. Did she talk to you about that?
No, I just read it in like I said, I read it in the blue packet.
Would you agree that you have issues with trauma, PTSD, and those sort of things?
Yeah, I just had a psychotic breakdown not that long ago. I don't know if you guys got the records of that, but
When was tell me when that was.
uh, like 2 weeks ago.
Tell me what happened.
I was in my cell and I like I don't know like how to explain it because my cellies like or the ones that experienced it, they said that I was screaming and uh they tried to calm me down and they said that I was saying things and then the officers were saying that I wasn't being like coherent and stuff like that and I wasn't responding to questions that they were asking me. And then I guess the nurse told them that I was having a psychotic breakdown.
Do you remember any of that?
I I like I get bits and pieces of it, but it's not enough for me to like make out and tell you exactly what happened.
So, as far as you know, you're in the cell, and the next thing you know, you're talking to a nurse?
I'm in the infirmary, yeah. So last thing I remember was I was in my cell, and then when I come out of it, I'm in the infirmary.
What has happened in the last 2 weeks, if anything?
Nothing. I've been okay.
Did anybody other than the nurse talk to you about this?
No. Well, my cellies have.
I'm guessing they're not mental health
No,
professionals.
no.
Right.
But no mental health has came and talked to me about it.
Have you tried to talk to any mental health people about this?
I mean, it's kind of hard getting into seeing somebody about this stuff when I'm supposed to be seeing a therapist throughout my prison stay, and still haven't seen a therapist.
Never?
No. It's even documented that I'm supposed to be seeing one, so
And you've been here
I've been here 3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
So you've tried to see a therapist
Yeah,
and
and
it
I
just
have.
hasn't worked.
No.
Dr. Mom's recommendations are that you receive trauma-informed care to address developmental trauma. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
that you need medical services to treat your eye.
Yeah.
Anybody treating your eye at all?
No, like I stopped going to the Marine Eye Center about a year now. And like my sight's getting worse like every day.
Can you see out of both eyes kind of, or what's the situation?
Like everything's like hazy to me. Like I can only see shapes.
That's both eyes?
Yeah.
Dr. Mom said that you should receive substance abuse treatment. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Do you think that's something you can do? Or if somebody read you the materials, is this something you could do?
Well, like I can't even like write things down either. Like I mean, if in order for me to write things down, I have to see where I'm writing at, and that's the whole reason why I have an ADA, because I can't write things down and I can't read anything. So like I had to have somebody do that for me. So like as far as me doing like stuff in prison, like it's gonna be real hard for me to do that unless I get this surgery here.
Okay. Can you eat by yourself, clean yourself, or does the ADA?
No, I can as far as eating and like bathing myself, I do that by myself. But like shaving, I need help because I can't see to get the hairs and stuff. And then like cleaning, I need help. Like getting to places, I need navigational help.
Changing your clothes, is that something you can do?
Yeah.
Thanks for answering those questions. The institutional progress report had a written statement attached. Tell me how that written statement came to exist. You know what I'm talking about? So there's a report we get where the incarcerated person handwrites, answers questions about
Like-
what they did, what their plans are. There's a written statement.
My ADA wrote that. That's that part where they printed out in the back of that blue packet, right?
Yeah.
My ADA wrote all that down.
How did that happen though? Did you
I told him what to write down.
word for word?
Yeah.
Did he read it back to you
Yeah.
so you knew it was correct?
Yeah.
In the written statement, it says that you're here because of a pure accident.
Yeah.
Was this just an accident or did you do anything wrong at all?
I mean, the wrong part is like my son's not here. Like the accident's like I dropped him like I told you guys in August, like he read me what the police said, and uh the psychologist told me what the medical record said. And like I didn't see any bruising on his face when I called 911. Like I know I dropped him. I know that he had a skull fracture, but I didn't see any bruising on him. So like uh that was like news, like new to me, you know?
Were you using drugs at the time?
And I was only smoking marijuana. I don't think marijuana's gonna make my memory hazy like that.
Okay. Did marijuana make you drop?
Yeah, it made me, I mean, I ain't gonna lie, like weed like makes you what's the word that I'm looking for? Um like it lost like I don't know what's the word I'm looking for. It makes you not, um, I have the word on the tip of my tongue, and for some reason I can't say it. Uh, um,
Is it a mental or a physical thing?
it's a physical trait. Like, it clumsy is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, it makes you clumsy, like, you know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I don't know why I couldn't get that word out.
Is there anything else about your mental health that the board needs to know, or have we covered it?
Um, Now you guys covered everything.
You have a pending disciplinary violation from October. Do you know about that?
Yeah, about a bunk covering. The officer told me to take it down. Like, I was sleeping, and officer told me to take my bunk covering down. I told him, can you give me at least 5 minutes to wake up, to like wake myself up, and I would take it down. He told me no, and I kind of uh flipped out on him because I told him I would take it down. He told me I needed to take it down right then and there. I understand that the officer is the law here. But if my whole thing was I told him I was gonna work with him. Like, just give me a minute. Like, he woke me up, like literally woke me up out of my sleep to move this. And I told him I would. So there was just a disagreement, but I ended up doing it. But yeah, that was the write up.
Okay. Two prior fights in 2022 and 2023.
Yeah,
Are you still fighting people?
no.
What's the change been?
Like I think I told you or I told somebody before in August, I went to Antelope for a week. I'm not trying to go back there and lose all my stuff. So it's more like I have these privileges that I'm not trying to lose.
Okay. How do you feel about what happened in this case?
I feel very like, I actually feel really bad. Not just me, but like how it impacted my mom, my sisters, my brother, the mother of my kid, her family. Like, I hurt a lot of people, and I know I can't take what happened back. What I what I can do is show that, like, I'm very remorseful from what happened, and just show that I'm a better person, and that I'm different than what this charge defines me as.
Okay. Anything else the board needs to know, or have we covered it all?
You guys covered everything.
All right. Thank you for talking to me, Mr. Johnson. As you
Welcome.
know, you don't receive an answer today.
All right.
3 members of the board must agree on what happens next. That decision can take anywhere from a few weeks to a month or so. You have any questions about that?
No.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you talking to me, and we will conclude the hearing at this time.
Thank you.
We have about 20 minutes. Before we proceed, I would like you to be aware. We have a little feedback. It looks like we're good now. These are public hearings, so these are being live streamed. I'm not sure if anybody's on or not. We're going to go ahead and discuss your convictions today, what led you to commit these crimes. We want to talk about your supervision history, your programming, and then also your release plans. Sound good?
Yes.
Okay. I'll need to take testimony from you today, so I need to swear you in. Could you please raise your right hand?
Yeah.
Do you promise that you're going to tell the truth and be accurate?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Did you receive at least 7 days written notice of today's hearing?
Yes.
And did you receive your disclosure packet of information?
Yes.
Did that look okay, or was there anything you need to change? All right, let's talk about your convictions. You are incarcerated here at the Utah State Correctional Facility for 3 different offenses. Causing a child to be exposed to controlled substance, that's your first offense. An escape from official custody.
Yeah.
And then a possession of a controlled substance within a correctional facility. So these all happened pretty quickly. You were originally arrested, it looks like in March of 2022, because you had a child and it had been exposed to methamphetamine.
Yeah.
Tell me what was going on.
So I had him, and then I went into the hospital to have him, and they gave me a shot of fentanyl. Well, then when they gave me a shot of fentanyl, they said that he was coming down. And so then I took him home because the doctor had gave me a shot of fentanyl. So I took him home with me, and he was healthy, fine. And then 5 months later, they said that he had meth in the umbilical cord. And so then DCFS took him from me, and he was in care for, I want to say like 3 months, and he got hurt by the foster dad. And so he's now in a neural facility. So, and once that had happened, I was doing visits with him, and then I got my escape charge, which I got picked up at DCFS.
Tell me about that. Why
And
did you
then
take off?
I took off running because I had so many warrants that I just thought, I don't know. I wasn't, and I was high. I wasn't in the right state of mind. And so with everything going on, and then my son was still healthy at this point. So then I went into went into custody. And then I did, I want to say 3-4 months maybe.
Mhm.
And then my son had gotten hurt. And so I got out. And when I got out, I was up at the hospital with him. And it was just so much. I feel like it was just a lot. And so I ran from AP&P. And then when I got picked up from AP&P, I caught my new charge, my bringing drugs into the correctional facility.
What was your plan in bringing those drugs? Were you planning on bringing drugs?
No,
to the
I didn't.
facility, or-
It wasn't intentional. I had just got picked up, and so I had something on me, and I didn't know that I had it on me. And as soon as I realized I had it on me, I told my probation officer that was right there, and the cops, like, they didn't find it on me. I told them that I had it on me.
What circumstances are leading you to commit these offenses?
I think not having like the support and a plan.
What sort of support do you think you need?
So, well, now like I'm in recovery, and so I now have like peer support and people that I can reach out to, like when I'm in a mode of relapse, because I struggle with addiction, clearly.
And you have family support, right?
Yes.
You said your aunt and your
And my
uncle
uncle, yes, they're
are
big
good
support.
supports for you, right?
Yes.
Do you feel comfortable being able to reach out to them once you're released?
Mhm.
You've been picking up quite a few charges recently. You had some juvenile offenses, and starting in 2018, you started picking up theft charges, use of paraphernalia, retail theft, no proof of insurance. Were all these drug related?
Yeah.
You're just trying to support your habit?
Yeah, pretty much, yes.
And you started using pretty young, right?
Yeah.
Methamphetamine?
Mm-hmm.
Have you been clean since you've been incarcerated?
Yes, I have.
How you feeling now?
I feel a lot better.
Good.
Yeah, I don't want to come back here, and so I want a better life. I know that there's way more out there than being in here, and so I want that.
Yeah, well, you've done pretty well. You don't have any disciplinary write-ups, right?
Yeah, no.
That's good. What's allowing you to be successful?
I feel like the people I surround myself with, they're all like, because I'm in the program, and so a lot of them are like, they encourage me to do the right thing and not, go backwards.
Tell me about the program. You're in Elevate, and you're supposed to finish in February, right?
Yeah.
Is that the plan?
Yeah, so I just completed CBI yesterday, which is in my O track now. And so I only have, I think it's like the hours that I need for therapy
Mm-hmm.
to finish.
So you should.
Skills have like because we do skills in there.
Mhm.
I feel like that has worked a lot.
What are some skills you've learned?
Deciding to say no, understanding the feelings of others, and communicating my needs assertively.
How are you going to be able to apply that once you get out?
I mean, I have it, so we rehearse it, like we role play it. So I feel like when something comes up, I can stop and take a deep breath and like think about the actions before I just do them. Because normally I would rather I would just do them. So now I can stop and think about them. And I have these skills to apply them.
And when you say no, what are is it peers, like bad peers that you
Yeah.
need to say no to?
Yeah, bad friends.
Okay. Well, what are you going to do when you get out and how are you going to stay away from negative influences?
I'm gonna try to be in like more of recovery stuff instead of going back to like my old friends and hanging out with people who use and drink. I'm gonna try. I have never been like in a recovery support system, so I want to try that.
Tell me about your prison experience so far. Is this a place you want to be?
No,
You want to be 40 years old,
absolutely
addicted
not.
to drugs,
No,
in prison?
I did not like it at all. No.
That's the road you're heading down, right? Do you see that? But you've made a lot of really important, good changes that's going to help you be successful.
Yeah.
But what else do you need to be successful once you get out?
I don't know. I feel like because I have like a job and everything set up. So as long as I continue to be in my recovery and take it one day at a time, I think that I will be successful.
Yeah, I think that's right. And what about your child? Do you still
I do visits with
custody?
him. Yeah,
Okay.
so he's in a neuro facility and I do every 2 weeks I get video visits, but once I'm out, I can go and see him. He's in Salt Lake.
Okay.
And so they don't know if he will ever come out of the facility he's in, but I do get to see him whenever so the judge made it to where, because of his case, they won't ever take my rights from me. So I'll always be able, as long as I'm sober and doing what I need to do on parole, then I can go and see him.
So you have a lot to work for, don't
Yeah.
you?
Yes.
You miss your son?
Oh yeah. Every day.
Okay, that's what you need to be focused on, right? Working to help him and get to see him.
Yes, absolutely.
You've done well. You're actively participating in Elevate. You feel proud of that?
Yes.
What's the thing you're most proud of about yourself?
So when I first started the program, I didn't think I was gonna do it. Just because of like the mind state and everything that I was in, I was just like, no, I'm not. I don't even want to go. And now like how far I've came, I'm very proud of that.
Mhm.
I've got almost all my classes done.
Yeah, that's awesome. That's exciting.
Yeah.
So, there are a couple things that I want you to be thinking about. So you'll need to continue with recovery, obviously, right? And what about your GED? Are you going to be working on that?
So I want to, once I get out, I want to get into an adult ed and get on that because I want to go to college for cosmetology.
For what?
Cosmetology.
Okay.
Hair, nails.
And then I want you to be focused on parenting as well, your parenting classes.
I am in a parenting class right now, which I completed, I think 2 more weeks and I'm completed. with it.
Okay. So you're getting really close to being done with your parenting, with your substance abuse class. That should be done in February. Your guideline is January 21st.
Yeah.
But you know, that's getting close. And I want you to finish these classes. Okay.
Okay.
So, but I mean, you're getting close,
Yeah.
right, to being
Yeah.
released. What do you think would stop you from getting released from prison?
I don't know, cause I have like I don't think anything could stop me with like, I want to be successful and I don't want to stay here. So I wouldn't let anything stop me.
Yeah, that's right. That sounds good. Now, if you do pick up any disciplinaries,
Hmm.
that's gonna hold you for
Yeah.
longer, right?
Yes.
If you don't finish your courses, that's also gonna hold you longer. But if you can keep down this track like you're on, you haven't had any disciplinaries.
Mm.
You've had a couple negative C notes,
Yeah.
write-up, or not write-ups, but negative C notes, but nothing that's been risen to a disciplinary write-up.
Yeah.
So just keep your head down, keep attending classes, and in a few weeks, you're gonna be done,
Okay.
okay?
Okay.
So I don't make decisions today. I'm only one vote. You need to have a majority vote.
Okay.
And that's going to take 3 members of the 5 board members to decide when to parole you and what your conditions would be.
Okay.
But you're heading down an area, a road you're doing really well. And I'll probably be voting to get you out as soon as you're done with your courses, okay?
Okay.
As long as you keep it up and don't commit any disciplinaries. But I don't want to see you back here,
Okay.
right? I
won't.
don't want you to get back out and
Don't plan on
start
coming
using
back.
substances again.
Yeah. No.
'Cause you know that that's a road that is open, that's possible, and you probably see a lot of people here
Yeah.
where that's happened,
Mm-hmm.
okay? Anything else you want the board to know? Okay. Well, I'll go ahead and write this up, take some notes and go ahead and write up a vote. We should have a decision. It usually takes about 1 to 2 weeks.
Okay.
So you should hear from us about when you're going to get out, all right?
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Good luck. And we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing.
Okay. Thank you.
It is January 14th, 2025. It's the date and time set for hearing for Marie Hernandez. There were some transportation issues, so we're going to have to go ahead and continue this hearing. And with that, we'll go ahead and conclude today's hearing and get this set for a new date.
Good morning.
Morning.
I'm Greg Johnson, a member of the Board of Pardons and Parole. And are you Myra Jane Megan?
Yeah.
Okay, offender number 263822. Okay. I apologize, we're getting started late.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay.
I had patience.
Okay, appreciate that. Today is set for your original hearing. So we need to talk through some legal things, talk about the case that brought you here,
Yeah.
as well as how you've been doing since then. And I do have some questions about your plans for release.
Well, one of my questions is like, well, I'm from Canada, so I do have most of my support is in like Canada where my family is.
Okay,
And they have a plan for me over there to get therapy and
okay,
to put me into support groups and stuff like that.
okay. Well, let's go ahead and get you sworn in. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth and be accurate in today's proceeding?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You can put your hand down. Did you receive at least 7 days' notice of this hearing?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you receive your disclosure, your blue packet?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions or concerns about your disclosure?
No.
Was it accurate?
It was accurate.
Okay. And do you have any questions for me before we start?
No.
Okay. So you're here for case 231100984, aggravated child abuse and obstructing justice. Those are both third-degree felonies running consecutively, meaning it's 5 + 5. It's a 10-year sentence. You have 313 days of credit for time served, so that 10 years would work out to be August 3rd, 2033.
2033.
That would be your maximum sentence. So any combination of incarceration and parole has to fit into that 10 years.
Okay.
Okay. It's up to the board to decide when to release you during that time frame. To do that, we start with a sentencing guideline, and then we can find aggravating factors to go longer or mitigating factors to go less than. Your sentencing guideline was 17 months, which would be January 3rd, 2025, so about a week ago. Is all of that what you understood?
Yeah,
Okay, is that correct?
it is correct.
Okay. And then you already mentioned Canada,
Yeah,
but there's a detainer in place. Were you aware of that?
I was aware of that.
Okay, so whatever release decision we make, they'll turn you over on that detainer. And I don't know how the feds proceed with things. We'd have to see, but that's in place, okay? All right. I just mean that that could take some time for them to process as well.
I understand.
So, talking about the offense, I've read through the pre-sentence report. Did you read that?
Pre-sentence
The
support.
pre-sentence report?
Is it part of like the blue jacket?
Yes, we sent you a copy in the blue jacket.
Yeah, I did.
Okay, so it talked about what happened there, talked about Mr. Barry and that day. Was that summary accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. So what did you do wrong that you're here?
Well, what I did wrong was not reporting the abuse that led to her death.
Okay. How long had the abuse been going on?
For my knowledge, like a month.
Okay. And so she was 4 months old, right?
Yeah.
So you're saying things were sort of okay the first couple months and then they weren't okay?
Yep.
Okay. So in hindsight, maybe what are some supports or options that you had?
Words and options, like when I,
Other things you could have done?
well, the supports, well, I didn't have any support about like what to do in that situation.
Okay.
And because like I said, my family was
Hmm.
far away. And I say like the support like that would have done something differently, like would probably be like their grandpa that was at work at that time when it happened.
Okay.
And if he knew like exactly what was happening in that room. Sorry, I'm talking really low. I have a really quiet voice. I feel like things would have been a lot differently if I actually spoke up to his dad about what was going on in that room.
Okay.
It was mainly in that room. Like everything stayed in that room. It didn't leave the room. So he would be a little different when we wouldn't be in that room. Like,
Okay.
so I don't know if that answers your question.
Yes. Yes. Okay. And then the obstructing justice.
Obstruction of justice.
Mhm.
Well, it's like withholding information that I should have. Like what you mean?
Mhm.
Well, I should have never hid his behavior, Alex's abusive behavior towards her. I should have been more aware, which I take full accountability for. And I should have been that mom to protect her.
All
And I
right.
have to live with that for the rest of my life.
I understand, and it's a very sad situation, very difficult. Is there anything else that you would like us to know about that situation?
Well, that whole situation, I'm trying to like think right now. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Take your time.
It's a very hard topic.
It is. It is.
That situation was hard. That whole environment was difficult to be in. But in that moment, I didn't know what to do because I didn't have the coping skills that I have now.
Okay.
And the problem solving.
Okay. Well, let's move forward to your time in prison. Okay. How do you think you've done?
Well, I had been working on myself a lot since the beginning of my incarceration.
Mhm.
I've been reading a lot of self-help books.
Okay.
Like that's the only books I read. Like I always consider myself like a person that likes to learn. So I just keep on those books. And so as I was reading these books, it helped me reflect on my mistakes or what I could have done differently. And it helps me understand myself.
Okay.
And how to handle situations that will help me not get into these situations ever again.
Okay.
And since I have access to a tablet,
Mhm.
I have earned two certificates for enduring skills for my daily life, and
Mhm.
I also have an entrepreneurship certificate.
Good.
And I finished 2 of my classes for Smart Steps and Better Communication.
Yep, I do have both those right here.
And so I've kept myself really productive. I have a job at the culinary as a floor person. And with that position, I've learned to manage and to be organized and to be a team player and a leader. So it's like this gave me some skills that I never had when I was out there. Like a lot of people have seen how much I've grown and how much I am independent now and how strong I am. At first I didn't see it, but until I started to really became more self-aware of my progress and my accomplishments. Yeah, and I'm actually pretty proud of myself, how far I've came along.
Okay.
From that situation.
Well, that's good, and that's the report I have too, is a positive report from housing, your employment there. Also, no disciplinaries, no write-ups, so that's a good thing. And the course completions. They did have part of your case plan for a GED or high school diploma. Is that something you're working on?
Yeah, I am currently in high school.
Okay.
I need only about 19 more credits to graduate,
Okay.
which I'm very proud because I've never thought I would actually get credits. And it's been a really exciting journey to learn about things that I never learned in high school because I've never went to high school. So
Okay.
it's a new experience, but I love it.
Good, good. And it does seem like you've made positive use of your time while you've been here.
Yeah. That's what I see this ground as. Like I see this place as a learning ground.
Mhm.
I've just took everything that this place has and just took advantage of it and just into good
Good,
for myself.
good. I appreciate that. How's your mental health?
My mental health has really improved since I first got here. I was a little anxious and depressed,
Mhm.
but ever since I've been like meditating, going to yoga, and doing things that keeps my mind productive,
Mhm.
it really kept like it just leveled out my mental health really well. And if I continue to do what I'm doing right now, I can, continue to be more stable in the future.
Okay. So let's talk about release, and I want to come back to a couple of things that you said.
Yeah.
One, let's just start with the mental health. You talked about what you're doing now,
Yeah.
but when you're released, what will help you or keep you stable, keep you healthy?
Well, I really pondered on just like setting healthy boundaries for myself
Mhm.
and to be around positive people,
Mhm.
which is my family. They have been super supportive for me through this whole time of me being incarcerated, and they literally have a plan set out for me, like I said in the beginning,
Mhm.
and to keep me on my feet and just to be more, like there for me. And
Okay.
I actually have a couple places where I can stay when I do get deported back to Canada. My aunties, my dads, like there's a lot of people.
Mhm.
My community is like they really want me home.
Okay.
And they're just waiting for me right now, and they're praying for me. Right now, they might not be here right now, but my dad told me that no matter what, Myra, I'm always gonna be there right inside your heart.
Okay.
And I do, so my plan is just to like get therapy and then continue to go to classes that will help me grow even more than at this moment.
Okay. And you said earlier you've developed some coping skills that you didn't have before. Um, how do you think those will help you in the future, or what will you be doing with these coping skills?
Well, these coping skills, I feel like it will help me with my everyday life with because I have a plan. I want to be a victim's advocate,
Okay.
and I want to help kids on the reservation to be the voice for them. I feel like that will play in place with my coping skills
Okay.
and also with my kids.
And you've talked about a place to live and some of that, but what about employment or supporting yourself?
Oh yeah, that's what I was talking with my dad last night. There is a place where I'm gonna get employed in, and it's the mill.
Mhm.
I don't know if you're familiar with the mill.
No.
Well, it's a place where they move logs, and it's like those really big trucks where they have the logs in the back.
Mhm.
And that's where I'm thinking about going at like to going to work, and because I talked to my dad about it, and that because he used to be there
Mhm.
as the hirer,
Mhm.
and he thinks that this will help me, more in my life
Okay.
to become more independent, more like just independent and
Okay. All right. Well, let me summarize where we are.
okay.
You've been sentenced to prison. We're pretty much at your guideline, about a week or so over your guideline. While you've been here, you've been making positive use of your time, really doing everything that you were supposed to. And we talked through some of your plans for release. And as you might be aware, the board makes decisions by majority vote. So at least 3 of the 5 of us have to agree on any release. And it'll probably be about a week or so, and we'll send that to you in writing.
Okay.
Okay. If your family's watching online, they'll be able to see that on our website.
Okay.
Okay. But as we make that decision, is there anything else that you think we need to consider?
Well, what I want to ask is like,
Mhm.
what do you guys think would help me improve more out there? Is what the question I want to ask.
Okay. Well, as I went through your file and looked at your case action plan, I think relationships is one of those. It really seems to me that you found yourself in a toxic relationship,
Yeah.
and it's not always easy to get out, but also it can be hard to find and maintain positive relationships. And so I know that's not easy, but that would be my suggestion to you.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to ask?
No, that's all I have for today.
Okay. All right. Again, we'll get that decision to you. And thank you. That concludes our hearing.
Thank you for your time.
All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for a parole violation and possible original hearing on Gavin SAYAD-LOWE. Am I pronouncing that correct?
Yes, sir.
Offender number 227452. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
All right, my name is Bradley Rich, member of the Board of Pardons, and I'll be conducting a hearing here today and making a recommendation. And since I can, I'm going to take testimony from you. Let me ask you to raise your right hand to be sworn. Will you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
I do.
All right, let me tell you where I think we stand. Have you received 7 days notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing information that we'll be going over?
Yes, sir.
You have previously denied the parole violation allegations. There are 5 in number, and we're going to revisit that here in just a minute. Let me briefly inform you what your rights are. You have the right to deny those and request a hearing. You have the right, if a hearing was held, you would have the right to testify or not as you preferred, to cross-examine the witnesses, to examine the evidence in its entirety, to have an attorney, and if you couldn't afford one would be appointed for you. Do you understand that you'd have those rights?
Yes, sir.
Based on the conviction in 23-110-1509 and 15010, those in and of themselves would be sufficient to justify your the revocation of your parole. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir.
And based on that, I suspect that it is, if you were to deny the allegations, there may or may not be a hearing. I mean, since you've got 2 new convictions, I suspect that that the board will find that those in and of themselves violate the parole. But let me read for you the allegations and see where we stand. Allegation number 1, by having been convicted or committed or having been convicted of the crime of knowingly producing, dispensing, manufacturing a controlled substance, how do you plead?
Guilty.
And by the way, that originally said a felony 2, a second-degree felony, and I will amend that to reflect the 3rd-degree felony that is the conviction. Same allegation and on count number 2, and I will amend that to reflect the 3rd-degree felony. Do you admit that as well?
Yes, sir. Guilty.
All right. And then 3rd, by having failed to complete a substance abuse violation, do you admit or deny that?
Yes, sir. Guilty.
And number 4, by having committed a criminal offense, possession of a controlled substance of the 3rd-degree felony. And number 4, by having and I take it that was dismissed as a condition, and I will dismiss that based on the fact that that's already been sorted by the court. Which
Okay.
brings us to number 5, which is to say, by having used methamphetamine on or about December 19th, 2023. How do you plead?
Guilty.
All right. Based on your admission to the various counts and the 2 new convictions, I'm going to rule that your parole date, that your parole of September 19th, 2023 was in fact violated, and revoke that parole, which brings us to where we're headed next. I'm really interested in knowing, I mean, you've had 3 paroles, and here you are with 2 new convictions, and of course, you got an expiration date of 2025. You have a guideline generated by the new charges of June 19th of this year. What went wrong with your parole, and what do you think that you can succeed at parole number 4?
First answer to the first question is that I honestly feel like I was really overwhelmed with trying to be an adult in society. Like, things as of being an adult, such as paying rent or, you know, holding down a job and trying to stay in, you know, continuous efforts of showing up to multiple classes, paying the fines and restitution, and even the supervision fees for parole became very difficult for me. So I reverted back to old ways. I started to try and figure out an easy way to find more money, and that ended up going to distribution of any type of drug that came my way. I fell back to old friends. I started to hang out with girls that weren't the best for me, and kind of pushed me over my edge. And I don't know, I just gave up on myself, and I didn't really feel like there was a whole lot going for me. Other people were trying to convince me that, you know, there is, and that there's more value in my life than I actually saw. But I don't know, they couldn't really do anything to convince me at the time. I tried to get clean right before I got picked up. But the answer to your second question is, I don't know how to answer it. I don't know if I can succeed out there in the free world. I can give it my best effort, and, you know, whether or not I do or not, you know, in life, everybody makes mistakes. I don't expect you to find me doing a perfect or, you know, extravagant job and proceeding with excellence, but I don't know, I think I honestly need treatment outside of here, because I don't feel like this place is teaching me anything. I feel like every time I've come to prison and done a drug program, it hasn't shown me any success. I want to be able to kind of like see what it would be like to do sober living or a residential treatment program out in society, because that allows me to be able to get a hands-on, you know, grip on what I can do out there, because what I'm learning in here is teaching me how to survive in here, not out there.
Yeah.
I don't mean to like discredit any of the things that are being taught here at the prison, but in my opinion, I don't feel like I'm gaining anything from it. I've already learned as much as I could.
Well, you're really in a position where you're only 27, but you've devoted a huge chunk of your adult life to being incarcerated. I'm hoping that with some additional, and I understand the difficulty having been incarcerated as much as you have at this, what appears to me at least to be a young age, that life on the outside can be overwhelming. At the same time, we need to craft something that will allow you to succeed. And maybe a residential program is appropriate to do that. You have a guideline coming up in 5 months. And I guess the one problem right now is that you haven't done well in prison. You've had, is it 4 disciplinaries in the last 6 months or less? What's the story with that?
So in the county jail that I was in before I came back to the new prison here, I was dealing with an individual that was in the section that I was in. And I mean, I can go into like a very vast amount of detail on what was going on. Basically, it summed up to, I was being targeted by him for like racial, like discrimination. I felt like on my behalf. I mean, he could probably say anything different, but I felt like him being Native American and me being a Caucasian man, he had a lot of resentment towards, you know, history between what I guess the white man has done to his people. I'm not affiliated with any gang. I'm not a white supremacist. I'm not a part of any of that. I don't have anything judgmental towards any race. I'm trying to be friends with anybody I can, and that's not the best way to go about in prison from what I've noticed. But I just got tired of being a victim. I didn't want to be pushed around by him anymore. So I reacted, and we had a fight, and, you know, it escalated. I ended up being taken to max when I was in that jail. I gave up on myself again. I just felt like I didn't deserve to be able to, you know, succeed at all. I felt like maybe I should just stay in prison, because I feel like, you know, every time I get out, I fail and I let everybody down. And I don't know how to live out there because I'm not stable. And, you know, I did a cell extraction. The cops came and got me out of my cell, and I made threats about fighting them. And ended up popping the sprinkler that I had in my cell. I told them I didn't want to be there anymore and I wanted to go back to the prison because I felt like I wasn't getting anything that I needed, and I felt like I was being discriminated against, and everything was their fault. Like I wasn't owning up to anything that I had done.
Yeah.
And the other disciplinary ones that I've had since I've been here, well, in Gunnison, I got placed into a cell with another individual. He wasn't very well or stable mentally, and he had very bad hygiene problems, and he wouldn't shower every day, and he didn't wash his clothes, didn't brush his teeth. And I even made the proactive approaches towards the correctional officers, even talked to the captain and some of the sergeants about getting a cell move, and they disregarded my request to be moved to a different cell. And you know, I made a comment towards him. I was like, "Hey man, when was the last time you brushed your teeth?" And I'm like, "When was the last time you got in the shower?" And he's like, "Why are you trying to make issues?" And I was like, I'm not trying to make an issue. I'm just wondering, like, because I mean, I think people would respect you more if you had, you know, a better outlook on your own hygiene or your personal welfare, you know. And he freaked out and, you know, started to hit me, and I fought back. So they immediately came in, pulled us both out. I got a write-up for that. I even pled guilty to the not guilty to the write-up, because I tried to make a proactive approach of getting moved and getting away from him. But they still found me guilty because they said that they found evidence of me and him both exchanging physical blows.
And is this incident that we're talking about right now, is that the September incident?
Yes.
And the earlier ones, I think I'm clear on, are from August.
Yeah.
And they happened on the 4th and the 6th in close proximity to one another, so I'm clear on that.
Yeah.
And I guess that you've now been 3 months without any further problems. What's your current classification in the prison?
Level 2.
And I notice you've completed a program. Are you involved in anything else?
Not right now, because in the tablets that we have in the sections, we can't even access the bright space where I'm at. So we can't take any of the courses that are available. And there's a long list for very minimal classes that they have in Antelope. So I can't attend until an available position comes open. So.
Mm-hmm. And I take it when you talked about treatment that we're talking substance abuse issues.
Yeah, mental health and substance abuse issues.
Well, that's what you're headed where I wanted to go next. That is to say, it seems to me that you've got at least some anger management issues. Do you think you have other mental health issues?
Yeah, I've been very dismissive about my mental health issues because I felt like I could do well without any type of treatment. I thought that I was better than it, but I'm not.
Mm-hmm.
I've learned that very recently. And I've even taken the choice of my own to get onto psych meds.
Mm-hmm. What meds are you currently taking?
I am taking Effexor and Lamictal. One's a psychoactive, and then the other one I think it's on like the borderline of ADHD or even like a mood stabilizer.
Have you ever had a formal diagnosis?
Yes, I have been diagnosed with manic depressive, what's it called? Bipolar disorder and ADHD.
Uh-huh.
I haven't been diagnosed with PTSD, but I know that I have a lot of trauma issues that I need to work on too.
Uh-huh.
But yeah.
I'm personally interested in your assessment that perhaps at a sober living facility or other residential facility appropriate. And you know, I'm not in a position to micromanage that, but have you got any other, that makes sense to me, and you can work that out when the time comes, but do you have any other alternatives, any place to live, community or family support, jobs lined up, treatment, any of that?
So I have my girlfriend that lives up in Idaho. I didn't think that I would be able to go up there because if I get out, I would be on parole, and
Yeah.
I would have to either work out an interstate compact. Then I have my sister who lives in Nephi, and I don't know if she'd be willing to let me stay with her, but I mean, I could ask. I don't want to burden her because she has 3 kids that she's taking care of.
Yeah.
But I know that she would go out of her way to help me. She even wrote a letter to the parole board stating
Yeah.
that I don't belong here. So,
Yeah.
my parents, they want me to do good, but they're kind of taking the, I don't know, not tough love approach, but they're distant because they feel like, you know, I have a pattern. And once I spiral, they just let me do what I'm gonna do because they don't know if they can help me anymore.
Yeah.
So.
Well, you know, it's one of those things that I don't want to micromanage the conditions of your release, but it seems to me like, given what you've said at the outset here, which is to say that you were overwhelmed by the transition from prison to parole, that a halfway house has the very legitimate purpose of facilitating your gradual acquisition of the skills that you need in order to succeed. So I'm hoping that can be worked out. You've answered all my questions. Is there anything else you think that the board ought to consider?
So I've actually got accepted to a program called Building Beginnings in Spanish Fork. I mean, I'm not opposed to going to the halfway house again. I know that they have a good stabilization program or even just a transition program too. But I think that it would be very beneficial for me either after the halfway house or before. Either way, I know that, you know, I'll have that chance sooner or later.
Is that an outpatient program? What is building? I'm unfamiliar with it.
So they have, from what I'm told is that they have sober living houses that are outpatient, and then they have like inpatient, like residential, that you can go and live at, and then you basically at one point I think that you can have a job once you've stayed there long enough. I know they have a blackout period. I think it's 45 or 30 days where you don't get to contact anybody, no friends, family, nothing, and they just want you to do like basically on campus classes or nightly things, groups.
It
But-
sounds like that might be a good fit. How did you pick that particular program?
Well, I made a bunch of calls to a bunch of different residential places while I was in Washington County Jail. And they were the only ones that accepted me because other ones won't accept Pater or Medicaid.
Mm-hmm.
And Pater was accepted by Building Beginnings, and they even wrote a letter or like, you know, the simple form saying that I got accepted.
Good.
So,
All right, anything further?
I just really hope that I can get some mercy from you guys. I know that it might not be what I expect because I've made plenty of choices that show that, you know, I might not be ready.
Yeah.
But
Well, and I don't know what the board's going to do, but you've got a relatively short guideline coming up here in 5 months. And you're really in a position where that's coming right up. The one thing I can tell you for sure is if you have any further disciplinaries, that's going to eliminate any date. I don't know what the board is going to do, but it seems to me like we need to craft the conditions of another parole that will give you a reasonable chance to succeed. Of course, that presumes that you can stay out of trouble for a while. You know, from our discussion today, I feel pretty comfortable that you've got some insight and you're prepared to avoid interpersonal conflict. You know, this is a difficult environment. I know that. And the county jails are a difficult environment. So it's, you know, you need to acquire some self-restraint because in order to get out for another parole, you're going to have to stay out of trouble for a while. Think you can do that?
yeah.
All right. If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing. We'll send you a notice in writing. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for a original parole hearing on Cory Don Nickel, 253640. Is that you?
That is correct.
And we're going to conduct a hearing here today, and my name is Bradley Rich, and I'm a member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing, making a recommendation, and you'll receive notice in writing. If you have family who have access to the board's website, they may actually be able to find it out earlier than you'll receive it through the mail. And I'd like to welcome here today Paul Nickel, your brother, Bonnie Nickel, your mother, Lisa Whistler, your sister, Tyler Whistler, brother-in-law, and Joshua Whistler, nephew. You know that the rules don't allow you to speak, but your attendance here is much appreciated and speaks volumes for your support for your relative. Mr. Nichols, since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
I do.
Do you, have you received 7 days notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing information that we'll be going over?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any objections, corrections, or concerns to that material?
I tried to get my case manager to change the visiting. It has my brother not visiting at all. And he visited about 25 times.
Mm-hmm.
And as well as my sister, she visited about 5 different times and only has her down for 1. But everything else was correct.
Good. And I will tell you honestly, of course, I don't have access to the records, but I'll take your word by it. And the fact that the family is here today is verification of their support for you. Have you received, as part of that packet, the evaluation that was performed?
Yes, sir.
And do you have any objections to that?
No, sir.
And you recognize that acknowledges that you're actively engaged in a program. And I'm hoping you'll tell me what you're learning in that program, when you anticipate you're going to complete it. And then I want to talk to you about where you stand on parole. You have a guideline date that actually is up in a couple of days. The report, as you know, recommends that you complete the program. And under normal circumstances, we would agree release you when you complete that program. Any idea when you're going to graduate from it?
I do not know at this time. I have 5 more weeks left in pre. And then it's a matter of whenever they're going to get me into core, which then takes about a year. So could be multiple years before they actually get around to me.
Well, I don't want to. I'm hoping that we don't have to talk about multiple years here. I mean, I'm hoping that you can complete that program, and I will tell you, my impression is that it's possible to complete that. If the board orders completion of that program and orders a release date, that they will see to it that you get a chance to participate in that program and complete it in the shortest possible time. You should also know that if you complete that program, you will get a time cut from whatever date the board says. And so, I mean, if you're motivated, and apparently you are, then we're really in a position where you ought to be able to work your way out of here. Feel like you can do that?
Yes, I can do that.
All right, tell me about what brings you here. You had basically an internet crimes kind of thing. Why were you involved in that activity?
I'd been involved in pornography for almost 30 years, ever since I was abused as a 11-year-old. That's when I first was exposed to it. That doesn't forgive me for my choices. I made choices along the way. It just basically progressed and became this monster into what I was doing where I was wrong.
But do you have, and I know you're early in the training cycle. What do you think you can do to intervene in that thought process?
We're right in the middle of the relapse prevention program, part of the program. I've learned that I need to recognize my warning signs. I tend to isolate and push people away when I need them the most. I've learned to depend on my family a lot more, and that's helped a lot. I don't necessarily believe in a higher power as far as the 12-step program, but I consider my family a higher power, but I need them to help me succeed, that I'm kind of powerless without it.
Mm-hmm. Do you have, do you have, I notice you've got 3 disciplinaries involving substance abuse. They really just involve failure to produce, basically. I was unable to find evidence of substantial history of substance abuse. Is that there somewhere?
That is correct. I've never had a history of substance abuse. I actually went 1 for 9 on failure to produce.
Uh-huh.
That was prior to the policy change. They changed it to where there's unlimited time and they make some reasonable accommodations. So far, I've been 8 for 8 since they made those changes.
Mm-hmm. Good. And I was glad to see that change in policy. And, you know, as you know, a disciplinary conviction gets you out of the program and forces you to restart it. I'm hoping we can work out that you can work out a protocol whereby you're able to succeed so that you don't have that. And basically, I'm not going to take those disciplinary convictions too seriously because they don't indicate to me a willful desire to engage in inappropriate or criminal activity. What about what are you going to do when you get released?
I've looked into alpha counseling as my possibility for my aftercare treatment. I don't have a job lined up, but I'm seriously, I'm considering Amazon or one of these other felony-friendly companies. I'm a hard worker. I think that I'll be able to succeed at jobs like that. I'll be able to not, I spent 22 years working on computers. Obviously, with an internet crime, that's something I cannot do. So I've had to kind of think what I'm going to do once I get out for work.
Where we live?
I live in a house with my mom, my brother, my sister, and my brother-in-law. I think currently my nephew is actually living there too.
Are there children there?
There's no children there.
Yeah.
It was originally approved when they were doing a pretrial release, but they did not grant that pretrial release, but the house has been approved back then.
Yeah. Well, it sounds like I'm impressed that you've gone out of your way to line up counseling in advance, and Alpha is certainly an appropriate resource. You've clearly got family support, and based on the presumption that there are no children, because that would be a violation of the anticipated terms of your release on parole. You've realistically indicated your awareness that your access to computer will certainly be limited, and so that's an area where you're unlikely to be able to get employment. Are you on any psychotropic medications now?
Yes, I'm on Prozac, Abilify, as well as NICHOL. They're for bipolar disorder.
And
the Prozac is for anxiety.
And what have you done? You have a diagnosis?
Yeah, I have a diagnosis of bipolar and depression as well.
Do you feel like those medications are working?
They are working very well.
Had you taken medications on the outside prior to your incarceration?
Yes, I did.
Same meds?
Same meds. I know, I actually picked up Prozac while I was here. That's something they added after I indicated I had suicidal ideations while I was back in county.
What about, do you anticipate, have you got somebody to help you with mental health issues? You know, I know that your Alpha is in a position to provide at least some services. Are you thinking about any kind of psychiatric help beyond what's offered in conjunction with that program?
I was doing counseling at Valley Mental Health,
Uh-huh.
and they were helping me with a weekly counselor and also handling my pharmacy, my medications.
Mm-hmm. All right, you've answered all my questions. And you're at your guidelines, the recommendation and almost universally honored by the board is that you complete the therapy. You're doing well on that. I anticipate that if you're able to successfully complete it, that you're going to be in a position where you can get parole. Any other issues you think we ought to deal with at this point?
No, I've had a lot of delays in my treatment. That count to probably about a year worth of time. So it's been unfortunate that I haven't had that time to complete.
Yeah,
training.
I mean, it really is the kind of thing that I was unable to find. I noticed that there have been several glitches here. My assessment was that none of those were really your fault. Is that fair?
That is fair. I had the 90-day suspension for failure to produce,
Mm-hmm.
which I had then found, they dismissed those charges about a week later, unfortunately. I was not able to get back in the program for 5 months.
Yeah, we've noted that the difficulty with those particular things, and they do, as you know, will prevent you from getting in a program and cause you to be removed from a program if you're already in it. And I've acknowledged that previously. It seems to me like you're in a position where you're motivated to complete the program. Am I right in my assessment of that?
Yes, that is true. I'm motivated. I've learned a lot about thinking errors, a lot about victim impact, a lot about cognitive distortion, as well as anger management. All have been helpful for me in realizing that some of the things I said back when I was first interviewed 68 months ago were a lot of major thinking errors, that it was lesser of two crimes. It was justification, you know, a lot of those things I said back then were me not fessing up to what I had done.
Yeah. Well, you've certainly been candid today. I give you full credit for acceptance of responsibility and some you've demonstrated some real insight into what the nature of your problem is and also what you need to do to get past that. And that's encouraging. All right, anything further?
Nope, that's it.
All right, they will probably give you a chance to turn around in your chair and to say hello to your family.
Okay.
And with that, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
All right, thank you for your time.
And just turn around in your chair and say, All right, we're on the record. This is the time and place set for a rehearing on Timothy Dwayne TALUBA, 73161. Is that you?
Yes.
And we're going to be conducting a hearing here today, and since I'm going to be taking testimony from you, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, my name is Bradley Richmond, I'm a member of the Board of Pardons Pro Tem. I'll be conducting a hearing here today, making a recommendation, and you will be informed of the results of that in writing. If you have family or friends who have access to the board's website, they may be able to find it out earlier. And let me begin by asking you, have you received 7 days' notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing the information we'll be going over?
Yes, I have.
And do you have any objections, corrections, or concerns with that material?
I'm in a couple classes and I'm in VTs. And I also have a paper you guys sent me that said I graduated parole in
And I saw that. Yeah, we received that as an addendum. So yeah, I acknowledge that. Anything else?
that pretty much covers it, other than I have an MRT certificate.
And the record should reflect that you've completed sex offender treatment, and there is pending a request for a time cut based on that. You have a guideline date of May 20th, 2025, coming up in 4 months. You have a disciplinary conviction, but it's now close to 4 years old. I guess I have a couple of areas that I'm interested in exploring, and then I want to hear from you on anything you think that the board ought to consider. Number one, I want to know what you've learned in the course of the treatment programs that you've now successfully completed. And number two, I want to explore what you intend to do, where you intend to live, what kind of therapy you intend to do, how you intend to deal with your parole. So let me know what your situation is.
I learned that I was only thinking of myself and I was on drugs, and they're just excuses, but I learned to take ownership of things I've done, and I have a lot of, I can't think of the word, but I feel bad for everything that I did.
The victim in this case, and the effects of it, I won't minimize it, are horrifying, is Amanda TALUBA, and I believe she's appearing via the internet. Are you there, Ms. TALUBA?
Yes, I am.
And I'm going to give you an opportunity to make a statement if you desire to do so. I'm told that you do desire to make a statement. Is that correct?
I do indeed.
And so I'm going to ask you to raise your right hand virtually and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes, I do.
All right. I'm anxious to hear what you have to say. Go ahead.
Okay. This whole hearing caught me off guard because I did not get to see when he was convicted, so I didn't know what the actual timeline was. And I find it very, very hard to believe that Tim is fully capable of being reformed and changed and learned different ways in such a short amount of time. I know him, and he has said all of these things before when I was married to him. And we were together for 9 years, and it's only in the last year and a half that I had seen fully turned. um, for lack of a better word, evil in his soul. And it was towards me, and he had never indicated any uh any force like that towards a woman other than words. But looking back at our marriage, it was uh started with um it started with manipulation of my emotions and of my intelligence and my psychology, and then at the very end turned physical. So I know it's in there in many forms, and I don't want this to happen to any other woman from his hands again. And I know the lockup situations where it can even make you feel like, yes, you are ready. You have done everything you can while locked up to get better and to be ready to change things around. And when you get out from the system, it's a totally different situation. And I have met more people now that know him than I knew when we were together. And I can say I've learned a lot more from them about him and his past and his actions. And I know I don't want him to be anywhere around myself or anybody that I know and love. And I don't know how just getting out on parole or getting out of prison would help that. Going through programs would help that. So
Can I ask you,
Huh.
can I ask you why you think that transition occurred? I mean, do you have any insight into why this change in his behavior towards you happened?
I think it was there the entire time and he just masked it very well. I think of him as a narcissistic psychosociopath.
Are you currently in therapy or in getting any help for the trauma that this caused?
Yes, I am.
How's that going for you?
Getting,
Do you think it's helping?
sometimes. I'm getting help for a lot of things.
Mm-hmm.
My therapy and my own health problems, and also my issues with drug addiction, because that's where we met, was in AA. And I've had to stay away from the programs now just because I came out on the bottom side of that because he had more charisma than I did.
Well, rest assured, if Mr. TALUBA is granted parole as a condition of that, he will not be allowed to be anywhere near you. I realize that's perhaps not much comfort to you, but I think that to the extent that you talked here today about being afraid of him, that there's no reason to believe that he poses any threat to you.
No, I do appreciate that, but I do not have no contact or no protective order from him right now.
Mhm.
I guess that all
Yeah.
left
Well,
behind.
and we will see to it that to the maximum extent allowable, that you will never have to hear from him or see him again.
If he really does get rehabilitated and isn't a danger to society, then that's the best for him. Godspeed. I just can't believe right now that he's that far along. Yeah.
Yeah. You answered all my questions. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, I think I'm good. It's been a long time coming to be able to get that off my chest. So thank you.
Well, and thank you for joining this hearing virtually. I know that this is difficult for you, and I appreciate that, and the board appreciates very much your willingness to address this issue. Thank you.
Mhm.
All right. Mr. TALUBA, having heard from her, how does that make you feel?
Sad, but I think I actually want to go to Cedar City, so I don't plan to be anywhere in her vicinity. I look at it like it's the past and I want to move on. I don't look at it like there's any chance of anything there.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Well, I get the very real sense from Mrs. TALUBA that this is not past for her, that she still continues to suffer. And one of the things that really sticks with me hearing from her today is that it appears to me that well, the two of you weren't good for one another, quite clearly, but it appears to me that you preyed on her vulnerabilities. Is that a fair assessment?
I don't believe I did. When I met her, she was a prostitute and she fell into a bunch of medical problems and I was there for her. And
I don't believe you're doing yourself a service, Mr. TALUBA, when you characterize her background as if that justifies your
I'm not saying
horrific
it
behavior.
justifies any of my behavior. It's an excuse, but I was on drugs. That's the last couple years I was using. And
Okay, and I think that's quite clear. One of the interesting things here that I was really trying to resolve as I went through your file in detail is because your behavior towards her was just horrifying. But at the same time, and the attacks on her were vicious. And she suffered both physically and mentally quite clearly by that. I'm trying to figure out what the background is on that. Is it obviously drugs contributed to that, but I will tell you the facts surrounding your case and your brutal attack on her indicate a genuine hostility towards her and maybe to women in general.
I don't have hostility towards women. That was the first time I ever,
Why do you think you did that?
I felt like I was betrayed and I acted out.
All right, you intend to go to Cedar City.
Yes, I have work lined up there and I was gonna
Have you got a
do,
place to live or would you have to find a place?
I would have to find a place. I was hoping to do a inpatient in Cedar City and
Have you examined a particular?
I was told by, there's an officer in Salt Lake that will help me get into an inpatient, but he said he can only get me into an inpatient once I have a parole
Parole
date.
date, yeah.
Because
That's
my
fair enough.
sister has been trying.
Yeah. All right, well, there's a limited amount of restitution. The amount I have is $750. That's been ordered by the board previously. There might be additional claims. You acknowledge the responsibility to pay those?
I have no problem paying anything.
All right, anything else you think that we ought to consider?
I did write an apology note to her. I've just been doing a lot of programming because I want to change myself and be a better me.
Mhm.
Because that's all I can do is strive to change.
And you're prepared to stay away from her?
I'm prepared to stay away from her.
Okay. All right, anything else?
And and any family.
I'm going to turn back to you in just a second, Ms. Sullivan.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else you think we ought to consider?
Again, I've stayed out of trouble. I've tried to do programming to better myself, and I don't know, I feel like I've changed a lot.
All right, I appreciate it. All right, Ms. Sullivan, I know you've attempted to interject here a couple of times. I'll give you a last opportunity to address these issues. Go ahead. Anything you'd like to add?
Me?
Yes.
Yeah, I would like that he be aware in a way from both our son and the rest of the family and anybody involved, at least until he's 18 and can make decisions for himself. I'm
Yeah.
hoping
I guess we ought to put this on the record. The two of you have a son together, right?
yes.
How old is he?
He is 12 now, and I allowed him to be adopted.
All right, so you don't have any custody over him right now?
No.
Do you have regular contact with him?
When I can, communication is open, visitation is open.
All right, you
Yes,
answered all
I'm
my
not.
questions. Go ahead.
What was this? I choose to not have visitation with him right now because I am not on the bestest of my character, and I don't like to put that around him. And
That makes sense.
his what was his foster parents, now his custodial parents agree and respect that. I respect it for them.
All right, thank you. I appreciate that update. It brings to mind one particular question, Mr. TALUBA. Have you signed away any parental rights with that child?
I have. The adopting couple stated they wanted me in his life when I wasn't in prison, but
Right.
I want to go to Cedar City and I don't plan any contact unless they contact me.
All right, perfect. All right, that's all I have. Anything further?
I,
All right. If
Yes,
there's
ma'am.
nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing. You'll be hearing from us. Good luck to you. All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for a rehearing on Matthew Terry Graff, offender number 194-079. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
My name is Bradley Rich. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons Pro Tem. I'll be conducting a hearing here today and making a recommendation to the board members, and you'll receive a notice in writing. Yeah, if you have family or friends who have access to the board website, they will be able to find that out probably before you hear from it. I'd like to welcome here today your mother, Constance Virginia Graff. You know, the rules don't allow you to speak, but I appreciate your attendance here. Your attorney, Elizabeth Hunt, is here, and we have Audrey Yarborough. Andre? I'm sorry. And Yutana Allen, welcome. I take it you desire to speak, is that true? All right, we'll get you an opportunity to do that in just a minute. I should also, I'm going to begin by asking you, you've had 7 days notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing the information that we'll be going over.
Yes, sir.
I have received extensive information from your attorney, and I have a late disclosure from a second attorney, which is dated January 13th. Have you received that?
I did receive it this
All right,
morning.
you're entitled to 7 days notice of that, and I take it you're prepared to waive that since it's your attorney.
Certainly.
Any objections, corrections, or concerns with that material?
No, sir.
We're prepared to proceed. And let me ask, have I sworn you in already?
You have not.
All right. Let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Have you, are you solemnly prepared to testify honestly and fairly on this kind of occasion?
I am.
All right, Mr. Graff, let me tell you where I think we stand here, and then I want to hear from the victims, and I'll give you an opportunity to say anything you want to say. This is you have been convicted of 3 offenses. You have a maximum expiration date of January 16, 2040. You have guidelines of 29 months, which would have put you out 6/19/2012. You have a substantial amount of restitution owing, according to, and they've been ordered by the court and by the Board of Pardons, $2.5 million or thereabout. I will acknowledge that some substantial payments have been made apparently by your family while you've been in. Let me begin by asking Mr. Yarbrough to be sworn. Are you prepared to step right up here to this witness stand here, and then we'll swear you in?
Stand or
You can be seated. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
I do.
Thank you. All right, go ahead.
Well,
Begin by stating your name. I'm sorry.
right. My name is, excuse me, my name is Andre Yarbrough, and I've had a relationship with Matt Graff since 2004 due to a motor vehicle accident where he represented me. And, you know, there's been no effort by him to offer any restitution to me. So I can't speak for what he's offered for others, but as far as I'm concerned, nothing's been extended towards me. So I find that his being incarcerated should continue. I also came across an article about let me rephrase that. I was speaking to a friend of mine last night about coming up here today, and he asked me why. I told him about Matt Graff's history. So it was easy for me to pull up an article and send it to him versus going through the whole dialogue of what Matt Graff has done. I came across an article about him, Mr. Graff, in the Emery County prison, where he was soliciting some help from a guard on getting a cell phone. I found it rather disturbing. So Mr. Graff broke the law while he's in prison for breaking the law. And that, to me, that tells me he hasn't really been rehabilitated. So my position would be for him to stay in prison for the remaining 15 years and not a day less. And our previous interaction about 15 years ago, when this was his first parole hearing, he suggested to be let on parole so he can pay pennies on the dollar. And I think that he'd probably have that same precedence. And he wants to pay $25 or 25 pennies for $2,009. That doesn't really do any justice for his victims. So again, my position is to continue serving his 15-year term and not a day shorter.
What was your level of loss?
I was around 60. I think it's around 60,000.
I appreciate your coming here today.
Yep.
And I understand the pain that you feel, both as having been taken advantage of and then not being reimbursed on it.
Well, and the point is, one thing is A, being taken advantage of, and secondly, not being any kind of remittance, but being someone to take advantage of people that have been most vulnerable by some sort of trauma, whether it's emotional or physical or financial troubles. Matt Graff took advantage of not just me, but many others. And again, seeing that article with what he did in the Emery County prison, where he's getting his brothers to, from, again, I just read this off the internet on an article from the county paper, and I'll read it verbatim. He was charged with one count of transportation or possession of items in a correctional facility, one count of communication fraud, one count of receiving or soliciting a bribe, and one criminal solicitation count, and one count of computer fraud. So it doesn't sound too dissimilar from what he was doing to me and numerous other peoples in 2005, 6, 7, 8, 9, into probably 10. And so let's get a tally. So first he did all those crimes against the people in southern Utah, and then as I recall from the detective, he was out on bail, went to Seattle, and went and started doing the same kind of a hustle by going soliciting chiropractor and doctor to send him accident victims. So there's number 2, and this in Emery County would be a strike number 3. So I would think 3 strikes is enough to say you're out. I can't imagine any more strikes could be allowed for some of Matt Graff's in Matt Graff's position. I think that'll do a lot of people that he's harmed injustice.
I appreciate that. You should recognize, however, that Mr. Graff is only in prison for three charges, but all from 2009. And the remaining stuff is a legitimate concern for you. As far as the board is concerned, and it's big enough. There are three convictions. He has a maximum expiration date of 2040, and restitution in the amount of $2.5 million roughly. Anything further you'd like to add?
I think that's it. I think, and again, my position is he needs to remain in prison because seemingly he hasn't been rehabilitated by what he did 3 or 4 years ago in the Emory County prison. That's not a trajectory that someone that's rehabilitating would be taking.
All right.
It's
Thank you.
continuing
You
to
may
the
retake the
process.
seat.
Yep.
All right, it's your turn, Mr. Graff. I will tell you, I share Mr. Yarborough's concern that you have engaged in an extensive pattern, not just of theft of people, but taking advantage of them. You did a number of things wherein you stole their money, you lied to them, you went out of your way to fabricate background information regarding bank accounts and whatever. And I will tell you a great deal of the correspondence since that has been an attempt to niggle your victims out of full repayment. Am I wrong on that?
First of all, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Appreciate your time, and I certainly appreciate what Mr. Yarborough has to say. I apologize to him for what I did to him, and would like to say that sincerely. You're right. 17 years ago, 16 years ago, I was a different person. I was an individual that was focused on himself and immature and arrogant. And I am embarrassed that those were the things that I engaged in. And I am aware that hurt a lot of people.
Where did that money go? Did it go to money heaven? I normally figure that crimes like this involve either a serious drug habit or a gambling problem. Where did that money go?
What happened was, as I put in my board hearing information packet, I had been involved at that time in real estate deals, was flipping homes and properties like many people were, but I had no business doing that. I really wasn't an expert at that kind of stuff. And I got involved in a very big deal with the state institutional trust lands, a SITLA deal, and the earnest money on it was $1 million. And I put that in thinking it was going to happen, but then the recession hit and people left me holding the bag, and that money went to the state trust lands. I didn't get it back. And foreclosure proceedings were started on my home. And it was an exorbitant interest rate because it was supposed to be a short-term loan. And I was trying to stay afloat with that, plus run a firm that I really should have just declared bankruptcy in. And that's how it went for me. And it was just one worse choice after another for 24 months there, where I was, notice of default was on my home, and I was in a lot of trouble financially. I lacked the moral compass at the time, and I lacked the fortitude to make the right decision and declare bankruptcy. And instead, I engaged in robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Yeah.
To stay afloat longer than I should have. And
You acknowledge that you've accounted for $1 million lost to state trust. Where'd the rest go?
just surviving, trying to,
You
pay.
spent $1.5 million.
It was $1.25 million that was lost to the state trust lands, and then the rest of it was me trying to keep the payroll going, trying to keep advertising bills going, trying to keep a lifestyle going that really was not appropriate for me.
Mm.
And as a result of that, I got to a point where there was nothing else I could do, and that's when it happened.
Mr. Yarborough has pointed quite rightly to two matters that the board does not have jurisdiction over. The case number 22-17-00078, receiving or soliciting a bribe, bribery of a public service, pled down to a misdemeanor and prohibited items in a correctional facility, a Class B misdemeanor, closed with credit for time served, and a 23-19-04951, possession of a controlled substance within a correctional facility, a Class A misdemeanor, closed with credit for time served. You were still engaging in criminal behavior just a couple of years ago. What's the story with that?
You anticipated something I want to talk about, absolutely. The issue with the phone was exactly that. I used a phone. And there were problems with the phone system. They'd switched it over. And I was the janitor. And they had one officer on at a time 4 years ago in Emery County. And the officer said, I can't keep stripping you out to go back and make phone calls, and I can't take you up to booking to make phone calls. I'm going to put this here in the janitor's closet and you can use it until we get the phones fixed. Should have just said no. It was terrible judgment on my part, and I shouldn't have done it.
You blame the guard?
I do not. Absolutely not. I should have said no. I should have said no, thank you. And I feel that it was, very bad judgment on my part to even ask to use it.
Yeah.
And that was my fault.
I mean, the number, quantity, and quality of your misjudgments is just astonishing to me. I mean, I just think about the vulnerability of the people who you stole money from, and the fact that you're in jail doing another hustle. I'm, as you can see, at a loss for words. I'm struggling to understand how you justify coming in here and asking for a parole, having done the horrible things you've done to people.
The things that I did are horrible, and I own them. I have done all I know how to do in order to pay restitution to victims. You have 33 releases there, and I've borrowed money. I've done everything I know how to do in here to pay restitution, and I'm willing. And
what are you going to do when you get out?
In the file, you'll see I obtained my MBA in here. And I also have received VT certificates in computers. I will be applying for jobs, and there's 60 of them in the Valley alone for managerial roles in information technology and things like that. The salaries are significant, and the opportunities are there.
You do understand that if you're released on parole, there will be significant financial restrictions.
Absolutely.
And you're not going to be permitted to take money from people.
Absolutely. I understand that.
I'm just daunted by the prospect of attempting, even with a good salary, to do right by your victims. I just don't think you can do it.
Well, I believe that I can. I believe that with the education that I have and the determination that I have to pay the remaining restitution claims that are there.
You've got an MBA while you're in prison, and I would congratulate you for that, but recognize that the very essence of being an MBA is dealing with finances.
Yeah, but
and you've proven incompetent to do that.
The many jobs that I'm talking about are not ones that are in finance. They're not at all in finance, and they're in management. They're not dealing with fiduciary capacities. They're not dealing with me trying to get clients to pay me money. It's working as a corporate individual.
Yeah. Well, I don't mean to denigrate your prospect of getting a good job. You've got some skills, and you've got an educational background that's impressive. And I hope that you can acquire legitimate work that will allow you to do right by the people who you have wronged.
It's my number one priority.
I hope I'm wrong when I think that the prospects of full recovery are dim. I also note that you have managed to get people to accept pennies on the dollar lost by virtue of the fact that they weren't going to get anything if they didn't do that. And that you've taken advantage of your family. I appreciate the fact that they're involved, but they have sacrificed financially for you.
Yeah.
And I hope you're grateful for that. And I will tell you honestly, the credit you get for their efforts on your behalf is minimal to my way of thinking.
Well,
You've dug yourself a very deep hole, and you've dug a deep hole for your clients.
I am well aware of the responsibility that I have to get employed and to give the bulk of that to those who are remaining that are owed money.
Right.
And
Where are you going to live when you get out?
with my mother, right here in Daybreak.
Mhm.
She lives alone. She's 81. She's a widow. And she had both her hips replaced, and it would be a blessing for her and for me to live together,
Right.
go to the same church, everything like that.
All right, you've answered all my questions. Anything else you think the board ought to consider? I should say that I reviewed substantial materials, both from your attorneys and from you. Anything else?
Yes, thank you for that opportunity to do so. I want you to know that the people to whom we paid restitution were grateful to be paid, and they expressed that. I never talked to them. It was other people, because I would never talk to them. And when we turned that into the parole board in 2018, the parole board said you need to pay 100 cents on the dollar. And that's what we've done since then with 8 more people that we've paid off.
Yeah.
And that
When you say we, you mean
family.
family.
Yes. But again, the humility and the feelings that I have to go through to talk to them and beg for that help, I'm so grateful for their help, and I'm so grateful for their willingness to help give individuals financial and emotional closure, and that's what I want to do. There's no greater priority in my life than to get out and go to work and pay the rest of the people back. And I believe that I can do that. That's why I've been spending these years getting the degrees I've gotten, the training I've gotten, the certifications I've gotten, because then I can work in a position that is not a fiduciary position. It's a position that allows me to earn a solid income and pay people back every single month.
Right.
And that is the number one goal in my life. Other than that is to get out and get back active in my church. I'm active in it here, and to be there for my children. I have 4 children that haven't had me there for 15 years, and I want to be able to help them. These things that I do, I am trying so hard to convey that the efforts I've made have been significant to go through all of these classes and go through all of these things here in order to be a better person. The fact that I have made a couple mistakes while I'm in here, I am so embarrassed for that, and I'm sorry for that. The second one, I would like you to know, was forced on me. I was living in the Bears, and someone said to me, "You need to take this kite up to VT's." And I didn't want to do it. And I did it, and I own it. I made that mistake, and I have to make my own choices. And I explained that to the officer, and they said, "We can see that. You don't have a history of that kind of stuff in here. We know that."
Yeah. All right.
And so that was something that's the reality of where I live. And that's a part of here. But I want to thank you for your time, and I want to apologize again to Mr. Yarbrough. And I'm grateful for my family. And I look forward to an opportunity to get out and do things right.
Thank you. With that, we'll conclude the hearing.
Thank you.
All right, we are on the record. This is the time and place set for a hearing on Brandon Johnson, 139481. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
And my name is Bradley Rich. I'm a member of the Board of Pardons Pro Tem. I'll be conducting a hearing here today and making a recommendation. You'll receive notice in writing once a decision's been made. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
I do.
Thank you. Have you received 7 days' notice of this hearing and a blue packet containing information we'll be going over?
Yes, I have.
And I just received a psychological evaluation from Karen Malm. Have you received that?
Yes, sir, I have.
That is dated the 12th.
Okay.
And so that's within the 7 days. You're entitled to 7 days in order to review that. And of course, that you received that, but have you had an adequate opportunity to review it?
Yes, sir, I've read it.
And
Yes.
do you want additional time to review that, or are you prepared to proceed today?
The only thing that I had on that was the time I was hearing voices. Instead of 3 to 4 years, it's been around 6 to 7, and that was the only real big thing that I had to change on that.
Mm-hmm. You know, she recommends that you get into treatment. Do you think you need treatment?
Yes, sir. I've done treatment when I was in Draper. I did intensive SOTP treatment, and that was an 18-month program. And it was at SSD. That was back in, I believe, 2003 or 2002, somewhere around there. And so I finished that and completed that successfully. I went to the streets and successfully completed a 2-year program with Bob Banta at Arrow Point and Associates. And that was a sex offender program. I successfully completed that also.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah.
Let's start with the parole violation hearing itself. You have previously denied, you were, when were you on parole?
I was on parole, I think it was between somewhere around 2006 to 2008. I'm not sure because it's been so long ago.
Yeah.
Somewhere around that time.
Well, these are quite old cases, and I'm trying to figure out what has gone on with you in the meantime.
Yeah, I would say that over the years, in the beginning, like around that time, I had a really strong issue with sexual thoughts and feelings. And I'd say over the years, it just exponentially decreased. I don't, like, I absolutely respect women 100%. I didn't in the past. I didn't think about their feelings, their thoughts, them as individuals and human beings. I looked at them more like sexual objects. That's 100% truth. And over the years, I won't even allow myself to look at a woman in a sexual manner. I won't even, I look at them in the eyes. That's just me now.
Mhm.
And I don't allow any, I haven't had those kind of thoughts in years, I would say. And so,
It's kind of interesting. 'cause
going
you're-
over the years, if you would ask, that's what's gone over the years in my head. It's more of a battle mentally with my own voices that I hear.
Mhm.
That's been the battle for me over the past 6, 7 years. That's been the main issue I deal with every day.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my issue every day.
What medications are you currently on?
I'm on Invega, Prolixin, I'm on Triliptal and Clonidine.
Are they helping you?
Yeah, they balance me out. It doesn't take away the voices, but I'm allowed, or I'm able to, kind of, I would say, not let them conquer my feelings, my thoughts.
they don't control me basically anymore.
Tell me about the voices. How often do you hear them?
If I allow it and I don't like block them out, they're just constantly there. It's mainly the female voice. There's a male and female, and the female is the adversary's wife, and that's the voices. It's the devil, his wife, and she is mostly. She used to be very, just very abusive and mean in my head, calling me names, putting me down, trying to take away my self-esteem. And now she more does the job of taking away my brain power, my energy, my good energy, positive light. That's more what she's into, is taking that away. But she's not as mean and abusive as she used to be. She used to be very just batted me down every day, every minute of just anytime I would allow that thought just to control me, just bam, bam, bam.
You refer to her as in the third person. You call her she.
Yeah.
Do you believe that this person exists independently of you?
Yeah, it's my daughter. She's able to, her and my brother, I believe, is the devil, the adversary, and he was somehow in the past found a way to gain power. And I don't know if he's had it all along because he's the adversary back in 2,000 years ago. I don't know how long he's had this, but he's able to take people's bodies, instead of just giving them thoughts in their head now, he's able to actually control their body, be in their body, moving around. She's able to do that also. He gave her that power. And that's what they do every day, is I deal with them as human beings, as you, as everyone in this courtroom. Right now, it's my daughter because I won't allow him in here. He's the adversary, the devil. I block him out, absolutely, because he's very, very wicked, and I won't allow him in.
So you're hearing from your daughter right now?
Yes, you're my daughter. That's her soul in you, controlling a human being.
Are you in currently, you're got medication, are you in treatment at all?
What kind of treatment?
Mental health treatment?
No, I was in mental health, but they said that I wouldn't take my medications, but they put me on a shot, in Vegas shot, and that was for my voices, and that's Leslie, the provider over there. She said that I wasn't taking my medications, I wouldn't get on any antipsychotic medication for my voices.
Are you prepared to get back on those medications?
I'm on them now, yes. I've been on
Do you think you're going to be able to get back in treatment?
I was doing really good in treatment over in Current.
Yeah.
The treatment over here, the seminars and stuff, I can't stand up in front of people and teach seminars once a month or whatever they require. That's what my problem is. I can talk to a person one-on-one and not have a problem at all. But being in a group, in a small room with a bunch of people around me, or even in a big room with a bunch of people around me, having all those eyes on me, it just brings me down. I can't do it.
All right, you've answered all my questions. Anything else you think the board ought to consider?
Yes, I want the board to know that I would, if I'm allowed release, parole, I would like to go to a halfway house because of the time I've been down for stability. I would like to be in some kind of treatment, whether it's SOTP or mental health. I know I need mental health 100%. I know I do. And I know I need to be in some kind of mental health housing when I leave the halfway house. Any kind of, like, I know there's programs out there that have mental health housing specifically, that house mental health people with issues. I know that I can't, I've never been able to hold a job down now for years because of this, the way that this takes from my energy. I have to be in front of a television to get any kind of brain power, energy, to do my daily hygiene, everything. That's how bad this gets.
Yeah.
I have to cover everything up with white in my cell, in my area, to keep negative black energy out of my out of my area, out of my space, out of my life.
Yeah. You think you'd
So-
be better off in current?
I know I would. Like, that's where they were getting mad at me for covering up the sprinklers and stuff like that. I was getting write-ups for that. That's what I was getting write-ups for.
Yeah.
For covering up the sprinklers because of the metal pieces. The metal would affect my body physically, and they could see through the shiny objects. They could see my body and steal the gold off my body, and that's what steals from my energy.
Yeah. All right. If there's nothing further, we'll conclude the hearing. Thank you.
Yeah, also the Social Security is what I would like to just apply for.
Yeah. Well,
So
good.
that's,
Well, good. Well, hopefully you'll be able to get into treatment,
Okay.
get stabilized and succeed. And I think your idea of getting into a halfway house with mental health facility or capability is a good one.
okay.
All right. Good luck to you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
All right, we'll get on the record here in just a second. We are on the record. This is the time and place set for a parole violation and possible original hearing on Brian Davis Ward, 156202. Is that you?
Yes, Your Honor, or yes, sir.
I am, my name is Bradley Rich, member of the Board of Pardons. I'll be conducting a hearing here today and making a recommendation to the other board members. And since I'm going to be taking testimony from you here today, let me ask you to raise your right hand and be sworn. Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth during the course of this hearing?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me tell you where I think we stand, then I want to hear from you. And let's begin by making sure that you've had 7 days notice of this hearing and received a blue packet containing information to be going over.
Yes, sir.
And have you got any objections, corrections, or concerns to that?
No, sir.
All right. The first order of business here is to deal with the parole violation allegations, and I'm about to read those to you, but let me tell you that if you deny those allegations, the board may choose to hold an evidentiary hearing in order to determine whether it's appropriate to revoke your probation or your parole of October 24th, 2023. If such a hearing were held, you'd have the right to most of the rights you have at a trial. You have the right to have an attorney, including one appointed for you if you couldn't afford one. You could do you could testify or not as preferred. You get to cross-examine the witnesses either personally or through your attorney. You review the exhibits. Do you understand those rights that you'd be waiving?
Yes, sir.
I'm about to read those rights to you, but let me tell you that you have been convicted of the 20 in case number 2419011765 of theft by deception and forgery, both third-degree felonies. You have a maximum expiration date on that of February 10th, 2029, with guidelines of May 5th, 2025. And because you've been convicted of 2 new felonies, the board will hold that that's a violation of your parole, no matter what happens with these remaining allegations. Do you understand that?
Yes, sir. I thought in the paper it said that my parole's already been revoked, right? So-
Yeah, and that's true. It has been. I will just be in a position to reaffirm that based on your conviction.
Yes, sir.
Based on that, you've previously denied the allegations 1 through 4. Do you want to revisit those, or you want to maintain your denial?
I never denied anything, sir.
All right. Let me read these to you. Allegation number 1, by having failed to report to AP&P on or about January 26, 2024. How do you plead to that?
I admit.
Allegation number 2, by having failed to establish a residence on or about January 11th, 2024. How do you plead to that?
Guilty. Or admit.
And number 3, by having absconded or fled supervision.
Admit. Guilty.
4, by having used methamphetamine on January 11th.
Admit. Guilty.
All right. Allegations number 5 and 6 are for being convicted of theft by deception and forgery, both third-degree felonies. How do you plead to that?
Guilty.
And get to my notes here. Number 7, by having been is a second count of forgery. I take it that those additional counts were all dismissed, were they not?
Yes, sir.
And so I am going to dismiss count 7, 8, and 9, and 10, and 11, in fact, through 12. I will
Yes, sir.
dismiss those counts, having been dismissed by the court.
Thank you.
Which will allow us now to turn to what happens next. And let me just tell you, I was saddened to see that you really almost immediately, it appears to me, went south on your parole. What happened?
Well, I got sick. They kicked me out of sober living, so I got scared and I just took off.
Why did they kick you out?
Because I was late coming back because I went to the hospital because I was sick.
How are you doing in while you're in here? What are you up to?
I'm
I
doing
shouldn't say
great.
in here. Go ahead.
I've had a job the whole time I've been here. I worked really hard. I've completed my MRT class, and last night I just graduated my high school diploma.
Congratulations. That's great.
Thank you.
There is the allegation of restitution, and the Mountain America Credit Union in the amount of $13,574.62. It's been ordered by the court. You prepared to pay that?
Yes, I make payments. Part of my plea agreement, I agreed to pay restitution immediately or as soon as I can, so.
Perfect. Well, the legislature has changed the rule, and that's no longer actively monitored by adult probation and parole in the form of your parole officer. You still have an obligation to pay it. What are you gonna do when you get out?
Yeah, sir, I've already got a job, in Spanish Fork, welding. I'm gonna just, see, 5 years ago, my wife passed away. She, had a heart attack in her sleep next to me. I woke up and she was passed away, and I didn't know how to handle it. I relapsed. I was in and out. I've been in and out of jail or prison since. And this time, I was talking to the lieutenant yesterday in the kitchen, and he said I was the only one that could switch the switch, and I switched that switch off, and I'm ready to just do good and just take care of my parents, my mom, and my dad's passed, and just do good and work and enjoy the rest of my life.
Do you intend to live with your mother or not?
Eventually, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but in the meantime, will you need placement in a halfway house or?
Halfway house or sober living, or I could go straight there.
Okay. What about, so my way of thinking, you clearly got a substance abuse problem. Is that fair enough?
Yeah, that's just the way I dealt with the grief and.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
understandable. Do you think you got any mental health issues beyond that?
No, sir.
You're not on any current medications, psychotropic
No, sir.
medications?
No, sir.
What about any other conditions of parole that you think would be appropriate?
Just
You don't think you need mental health issues or
oh, no,
anything-
no.
anything like that?
No, sir.
What about the if you intend to parole to back to Ogden, or are you talking?
No, sir. I'm from Utah County, and that's where I intend to go. That's where my job is Spanish Fork, Utah. Yeah,
And where does
that's
your
where
mother
I'm-
live?
She lives in Provo, Utah.
Uh-huh.
All
All
my
right, you've
brothers-
answered all my questions. Anything else you think the board ought to consider?
I just have a question about, so I graduated the high school last night, and my case manager, he couldn't even, I talked to him today, he wasn't even sure about the 4-month time cut on there. Like if he needs to put it in, or if you guys can just include that. He said he's gonna submit my completion to you guys, and,
Yeah, and normally we require written verification of that.
okay,
So if he will put that in, you're correct that you're entitled to a time cut,
mhm.
and that would put you out pretty quickly here.
Yes, sir, yes,
And
sir,
you'll
that's
get a
what I'm
chance
looking
to
for.
see what you're up to.
Yeah, I'm ready to do good and just get this parole out behind me, and,
Well, that wouldn't require, I want to get a ruling on this out quite quickly. And that will, I don't see any reason to go above your guidelines. I think you're really in a position where you've shown me some motivation. We'll see what the board decides. I'm not predicting what they'll do, but as far as I'm concerned, you may well get a date in 5 months, and that, or in 4 months. And if that happens, there would be, before there's proof of your completion in the file, then there'd be a separate action by the board to give you a time cut, and that would not require an additional hearing. So it'd be able to do that quite quickly.
oh, okay.
So if it's in the file, I intend to have the file reflect that time cut with whatever recommendation I make. If it's not in the file, as soon as it hits the file, that will flag it for a time cut as well. And that time cut is automatic. All right?
Okay. Okay, sir.
All right. Well, good luck to you. With that,
Thank
we'll
you,
start
sir.
the hearing.
All right, thank you.
Hey, Kim. I'm not sure if this hearing is over. I'm just gonna wait around to see what it is. This is the same one. This is the Utah one we were just on right now. I just switched it over from one computer to the other one. Now I'm on the right one. Yep. Yeah, sometimes I'll do that. I'll set up two different streams because there's multiple, hearings throughout the country. So I try to log on to the ones that I think they're gonna be a little bit more interesting. These Utah ones, they normally have a lot of offenders. The only thing with this one, they don't let us know immediately what the outcome of the hearing is. You gotta wait 30 days or so. Let me see, why did the screen go black? All right. Well, it's still on right now because there's 15 people watching on the actual website, and there's 2 people waiting to come in. So now I'm on the right one. Yep. Man, this room is getting hot. I just got too much stuff running right now. It's 1:49 local time. Well, not to hate, I'm just nosy. Yeah, it's all good. I'm not. Hey, I think we are, Alar. That's why we jump onto these hearings, just to see what's going on, in other people's lives. So, no worries. Hopefully something comes on right now. Board of Pardons. Normally when they end the stream, the screen will go white and it'll let us know that that it's over, but they haven't done so. So let me check out here who's in here. Who do we got in here? So the hearing is it's held on a Google live stream or whatever, Google Meets. So these are all the people that are in there right now. Okay, it's back on. Nice. I was trying to get worried here. For these hearings here, I know on the descriptions, I'll put down the names of the individual that's coming up. Let me check about who's coming on. So they still haven't turned on the audio yet. Once they turn on the audio, we'll hear you'll see the voice meter on the screen moving up and down. And let's see. I'm gonna go to the description to see how many more people we need before this hearing to finish. Today there was quite a few of individuals that are going to be heard. Man, they need to turn on the audio over here. It looks like unless he's getting ready. Sometimes it takes a minute for them to turn on the audio. That I don't have any control over. We're pretty much at their mercy. So once they turn it on, then we'll be able to hear. But it doesn't look like it started yet because normally they don't look that way when they're speaking to the individual that's being heard.
All right, today's the time and place set for a rehearing for Jared Morgan, offender number 234938. And that is you, correct, sir?
That is me.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, I did.
I will be taking testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting the hearing today. I'll note for the record that we do have Cade Thornburg present, who will be providing testimony. I'll go through the hearing as I normally would, and then I'll provide Ms. Thornburg the opportunity to speak today. Mr. Morgan, you last appeared before the board in 2019 for an original hearing. The board ordered a rehearing for today with the expectation that you complete the sex offender treatment program. You do have a 9-year minimum sentence. The 9-year minimum sentence date is in December of 2025. You have a potential life sentence. Your sentencing guideline date is 79 months, which puts you at, it was July of 2023. The board will look at all of those various dates and timeframes and take them into consideration moving forward. You were committed to prison on case number 161-800-387, forcible sexual abuse, third-degree felony. Case 161-403-495, attempted rape, first-degree felony, 3 separate counts. The facts and details of the offenses were discussed at your original hearing. The board has all of that information available for review, and the board will go back and review the facts of the cases prior to making a decision after today's hearing. I will not go over the entirety of those facts at today's hearing, as this is a rehearing. The purpose of today's hearing is to review everything that's occurred from your hearing in 2019 until now. We will also receive at least one of the people that was victimized by these offenses will provide testimony today. You'll have the opportunity to respond to that. If there's others that appear prior to the conclusion of the hearing that would like to provide testimony, who were also victimized by these offenses, they will also be provided that opportunity to give testimony. Mr. Morgan, it's my understanding that you have entered into and completed the sex offender treatment program. Is that accurate?
Yes.
If you could start with what you took responsibility for during the course of treatment. One of your statements in the board packet raised some concern for me, in that it seemed to minimize the extent of the abuse that was perpetrated. The statement that you made in the board packet was that, quote, you attempted to engage in sex acts with the daughters of a woman who you had been dating, end quote. Now, I don't know if that was just your attempt to be at brevity in regards to what actually occurred, or if that's all that you take responsibility for. So if you could start with that and then go through the course of treatment, what you learned during that program. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That was kind of a misunderstanding. I actually asked for help on how to fill that in, and they said, well, your 3 charges are attempted rape. So you talk about, so I was like trying to say that I attempted to rape them and like make it jive with the charges, but no, I take responsibility for all of the horrible things that I did, and the ways that I hurt so many people with all of my mistakes and thinking errors back then. I wasn't in a good place. I wasn't in a good headspace. I didn't, one of the things that we worked on in therapy was having more positive views as women. And back then, a lot of times I tended to just, like when I'd see a pretty woman, the first, like, it was more of an objectification. And now I've got all of these strategies for thinking about like what her hopes and dreams might be, or like what she might have wanted to be when she grew up, a whole bunch of different strategies to see them as a person and not as just an object. And but back then that was where my headspace was, and it's one of the reasons that I'm in here. It's I'm certainly, I wasn't with that statement trying to exculpate in any way, if
So
that was the question.
you admit to the offenses, all of the facts of the offenses as outlined in the offense summaries provided by adult probation parole and the pre-sentence investigation.
That is correct, yes.
And now you mentioned that during this time frame you objectified women. Now these were children that you sexually abused and raped. The abuse started when one of the victims was approximately 11 years old. Why do you think that you victimized children in this manner?
I think that, like, I had no idea at the time that I had any inclinations like that. And I wasn't in a stable place or an adult enough place to respond correctly. Like there was a lot of flirtation coming from the other side of the fence, like flashing titties and like trying to crawl into bed with me and kiss on me and stuff. And I wasn't equipped at all with how to properly cope with those kinds of things. I was in like this really crappy party boy mentality where you I can't explain logically why I did the things I did because they don't even make any sense to me right now. But from this place and this perspective that I'm looking at, it's obvious that I made just atrocious errors of thinking, and if I could take it back, I would.
Do you think you have a deviant sexual attraction to children?
I don't. I've never come across that. It was this weird circumstance in that weird trailer park, and I'd never had someone in that age range coming on to me before or flashing me before or behaving like that before. And I was in a really bad place and was just ridiculously stupid and selfish with all of the decisions that I made then.
And do you acknowledge that the victimization started when one of the victims was approximately 11 years old?
That sounds close, yes.
And your statements today are that in the way that I understood what you're saying is you're blaming the 11-year-old in part for her actions as to the reasons you responded the way you did?
No, not at all. I was trying to say that I'd never been faced with anything like that before. I didn't have any kind of a pre-planned subroutine in my head for how to react to something like that, other than just like all of the party lifestyle that I've been living, where you react to that by going in a different direction than I should have. No, I'm not placing. I'm 100% responsible for my being here and for all of the lives around me that were damaged by my behavior.
Is it accurate that at some point during the time frame of these offenses that you used a taser to threaten the victim into having sexual intercourse?
I had a taser with me. We ran a wolf sanctuary and we used it sometimes to break up the fights. And I never tased anybody, but I can see how my possessing the taser when I wanted to have sex was like, that was how they said that I was using the taser to threaten the person to have sex with me.
What else have you been doing during the this incarceration period? You completed the sex offender treatment program. What else have you been doing?
I did MRT. I've learned 2 foreign languages. I've done a lot of study courses on investing and real estate and business and finance. And I've also really gotten into a lot of meditation and self-help, kind of metaphysics sort of things to try and understand like how that even happened. From this perspective, it's hard to even feature that person was me who did those horrible things.
One of the options that the board has after today's hearing is to determine whether or not release would be appropriate. In the event that the board is inclined to consider a release, what are your release plans?
I have a job offer with TJD Guardian. It's a property development company in Puerto Rico. The owner is Louis DeLuca, and he's made a conditional job offer to me for acquiring some of these hurricane damaged properties and doing renovations and repairs on them to build them out. My wife lives in Puerto Rico currently, and that would be the place that I would be paroling to, were the board inclined to parole me. Other than that,
Was this your wife prior to incarceration?
yes.
Miss Cade Thornburg, if you're available and willing, I'd like to take your statement at this time. If you would go ahead and unmute, and you can provide whatever you would like the board to consider.
Yes, can you guys hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I first want to start off by saying thank you for reading. Sorry. I first want to start off by saying thank you for letting me read this. I write this statement in hopes for you to understand from a victim standpoint. As these almost 8 years have passed, I've done everything I can to heal from the trauma this man and his family has caused me. And still to this day, I still come face to face with trauma that he caused, that I buried so deep because I never wanted to feel them again. How do you move on from something like this? How do you have a normal relationship? How can you trust anyone? The list goes on and on. The pain like this is caused is immense and a lifelong struggle you go through. As each day has gone by, I've done the best I can, trying to get back to what is called a normal life and look into the future and live my life to the fullest. But let me ask you this. Is a normal life a constant day-to-day worry with severe flashbacks from all the PTSD someone has given you? Is it normal to feel that your family always has ulterior motives instead of love? Is it normal to want to hide in your house in a safe space whenever someone knocks on the door? Is it normal as a woman to go through puberty at the age of 21 because he injected me with testosterone to stop me from maturing into a woman? The innocence and the sense of identity this man stole from me when I was a child is something I can never get back. The fear of starting my own family is fear. The fear of starting my own family and fear of him getting out one day stops me right in my tracks. I know the past is not something anyone can change, and this is just a small glimpse of what I went through for the better part of 13 years of my life. And I know it is on me to do the work to heal myself as best I can. However, I do not think 8 years is enough for him to learn from his wrongdoing. And I believe if given the chance, he will offend again and hurt more little children and families. If anything were to come of this hearing, I ask for the ability to have the time to heal and get to know who I am without all the trauma and PTSD, without having the worry or fear of what he would do or how he would retaliate if he got out. These are not things anyone should have to worry or go through in any lifetime. And I deeply hope you feel the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thornburg, and thank you for your efforts to be here, as difficult it is to have to relive all of this and provide that statement for the board's consideration. One thing that you mentioned is 8 years. You don't think 8 years is enough. You're fearful that he'll reoffend, that you need time to heal. Did you have a recommended amount of time that you would like me to provide the board that you think would be appropriate?
I believe that he should serve all the sentences consecutive as what was agreed upon. I think that there should not be leniency. These are things that we are going to have to live through for the rest of our lives. And 8 years is not enough time to try and cover what he did.
Thank you. Mr. Morgan, is there anything that you would like to say in response to what you just heard?
There is no legitimate response for what I just heard. I've spent years wishing that I could change it, that I could undo it. I could go back and do things differently, but I can't. I am truly sorry.
Is there any general information that we haven't covered at today's hearing that you would like the board to know? And so you're aware of how this works. As a hearing officer, I don't make a decision in the matter. What I do is conduct hearings. I have done a thorough review of all the information that's in your file. I've reviewed all of the reports that have been submitted, both from the programming department, also from the institution. I've reviewed all of the letters that have been submitted, those that have been received by the people that were victimized by these cases, and I will provide all of this information over to 5 board members for their review. It will be up to those 5 board members to decide what happens moving forward. So with that, is there anything additional that you would like to state at today's hearing?
Just that I'm very, very sorry. I'm not the same human being who was originally locked up, who had committed these horrible acts, that I've grown and changed and developed so much over this time, and I've learned so much in therapy and self-reflection. Thank you for your time.
All right, I will get all of the information over to the board for their consideration. Generally, the board will deliberate for up to 3 weeks prior to making a decision. Once the decision has been made, it will be posted on the Utah Board of Pardon and Parole's website, and it will also be mailed out to you, Mr. Morgan. That will conclude the hearing.
Thank you. It's this button here.
Today is the time and place set for a rehearing for Alex Sanchez, offender number 126148. Now, Mr. Sanchez, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, I have, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statement you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. You appeared before the board in August of 2022 for a parole violation original hearing, after which the board ordered a rehearing for today with the expectation that you complete substance use treatment or remain free of any major disciplinary violations. And I misspoke. You actually had a rehearing after that in January of last year. And the board maintained those prior expectations that you complete substance use treatment and comply with your case action plan and have no new disciplinary violations. So that's the purpose of today's hearing. We'll review everything that's occurred since January of 2024. If you could just start with whatever classes or programming you've been able to do since that time.
I got certificate. I have completed the DARE treatment program.
the substance abuse treatment program. I completed that. I have completed the CBT therapy, cognitive behavior therapy. I've completed a moral recognition therapy. I've completed success after prison. I've completed a foreign language. I've done anger management, relapse prevention, victim impact, parenting, and numerous other classes. And I've maintained a job since then. I am the section house mouse. And I've been write-up free since September 6th of 2024.
It looks like September 6th of 2023.
Yeah, 2023 when I got here.
All right. Now, more importantly than just a list of the classes that you've completed, it'll be beneficial for the board to know what was learned from all of those classes and programming. I know it'll be hard to summarize all of that in a short period of time, but if you could just bring up some of the main points that you learned.
Through CBT, I've learned that it's more knowledgeable to think change your reactions to your actions and think better thoughts and positive manners and ways to do stuff instead of just reacting to negative effects that I reacted in the past before. And then through success after prison, I learned that it's okay to let other people be able to help you instead of just trying to do it on my own. It's essential for me to ask for help and to build relationships with people out there instead of just being isolated all the time. And then in the Dare Sword program, I've learned that it's good. I've learned a lot about myself through the autobiography I've written, through my assignments, and it's helped me change my thought patterns and my thinking, and to be a more productive citizen and outside of the community. And I've maintained a job, helping me prepare for myself for the streets so I can get out and work a real job out there. And I have a sober living. I'm paroling to if I get the chance. It's called Jaywalker in Provo, Orem. I don't want to go back to the same environment that I was in. I want a chance to give myself a chance to change, to continue my change I've made.
I'm looking through you've been in and out of the system for a while, looking at some of your program and class participation going all the way back to 2004. And
Yes,
while
sir.
you have completed some classes over the years, up until this recent incarceration period, you were removed unsuccessfully from a number of classes, failed to complete a number of programs. It does appear as though you put some effort into changing and completing the program this time around. What's going to be difficult for the board to determine is whether or not any of this will translate to a successful release. You've had so many opportunities. I counted 10 failed parole periods, 11 paroles. That's board's given you so many chances. I don't know if they're going to be inclined to continue giving you these opportunities. What I can say is that you did demonstrate your willingness to at least complete the programs that were asked of you. And you've done well this recent incarceration period. If you could provide some information as to how what you learned is going to translate into a successful parole period.
I'm older now. I'm 45 years old now, and every time I ain't gonna lie, every time I came back to prison before, I've called this place my home. I looked at it as my place, and now this is the worst time I've ever done. I don't want to be here no more. This ain't my home. I want to be out there with my kids, my grandkids. My kids are back in my life. My grandkids are in my life. I've had a significant change of heart with things and how I react and how I think. And I want to be there with my family this time. Before I didn't care. It's been a struggle. And this program's opened my eyes.
And
I know people said this before, but if I'm granted an opportunity, I will be successful this time.
And what do you think prevented you from making your family and your grandkids and your kids your priority on your previous parole periods?
To be honest with you, my drug addiction, I never assessed it. I never looked at it like that. I had a real bad drug problem. I was addicted to heroin. And I didn't see how it affected my family. I only thought about myself. Now I don't do that no more.
How long have you been clean?
I've been clean. I caught it dirty when I first got here. I came from the prison as a dirty with Suboxone, not heroin or nothing else, but I've been clean almost 18 months now.
Do you think that's enough time to where you won't be, you won't fall back into that when you get out?
I've already set up treatment where I'll be getting the Suboxone shot or the Vivitrol. And I'll be attending classes. I'll be attending groups every three times a week. So I'm doing everything I can to set myself up for success, not failure this time. I'm actually willing to give it a chance. I've never asked for nothing before. I've always just been ignorant and hateful. And I've humbled myself and I've learned.
Your history is your history. And the board will consider that. I already laid that out, the 10 failed paroles in and out of the system, it looks like for almost 20 years. However, the board laid out certain expectations for today's hearing, and you did meet those expectations. You fulfilled the programming that was expected. You haven't had any disciplinary violations. You complied with your case action plan. So that will all be considered also. As a hearing officer, I don't make a decision in the matter. I'll present all of this to the 5 board members for their review and consideration. They'll make the decision as to if and when you should be released and under what conditions. Is there any additional information that we haven't discussed that you want to make sure you mention today?
No, it's just that I've changed myself and I'm just willing to prove myself. And if they give me a parole, I'll take it. And it's ultimately
All of the information over to the board in the next day or two. They'll review it. It could take up to 3 weeks for them to make a decision. Once they've made that decision, they will mail it to you. One thing I didn't mention is the new case that you came back on for your PVOH had a 26-month guideline that passed back in December of 2023. So the board will take that into consideration that you're well over that guideline.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
So yeah, that's the only difference between these hearings and the other hearings. They mute the microphone. So unfortunately, I don't have any control over that. Whenever they turn them on, then that's when we'll be able to hear the audio. But when the audio is on, that's why I have the voice meter. So once the voice meter starts moving, you guys know the audio's on, and you guys will be able to hear. Yeah, there's no sound yet. Yeah, right. Yep, that is right, Carla. So when they turn it on, you guys will be able to hear. They normally turn it on when the board member, gets on the screen, and then we'll be able to hear. It normally doesn't take that long, but we'll see how this plays out. So let me see if the last guy that was on was Sanchez, right? So if Sanchez was on, we should only have 6 more hearings. So man, we'll probably be here till like about 4:30, so about another 2 hours or so. So buckle up, ladies and gentlemen, because it's nonstop parole board hearings today. Also, if you guys haven't done so, check out, I got a bunch of other content, a bunch of board of parole hearings from different states. You should check out the playlist, take a little stroll through the content that we have right here. And it's all, incarcerated related, whether it's phone calls, video calls, interviews, releases, all that good stuff is nonstop jam-packed. And I appreciate you guys jumping over. I'm gonna go silent right now. What I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna edit up the videos from Kentucky. That's where we're at. If you guys weren't sure where we're at, we were on a board hearing in Kentucky. I'm gonna go ahead and when I finish editing them, you should check them out. The first 2 hearings that I saw today, man, they made my stomach just do a 360 in the air like it just didn't care. It was just crazy what I heard. Do any of them ever have attorneys? Not the only place that I've seen attorneys would be in Oregon, Connecticut, in Utah. I don't think I've ever seen an attorney, but I could be wrong. It looks like, oh, it's starting up. It's starting up. Let's go ahead and get it.
Today is the time and place set for a rehearing for Juan Gutierrez-Lopez, offender number 239173, and that is you, correct, sir?
Yes, that's me, sir.
Okay. Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yeah, I did. I got my blue packet. Yeah, I did get it.
Okay. I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements that you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I'll say all the truth.
Thank you. My name's Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. You last appeared before the board in February of last year. It was a rehearing. You had returned to prison on parole violations and a new conviction. The board ordered a second rehearing for today with a contract psychological evaluation and the expectation that you complete substance use treatment. It's my understanding that you were able to meet with a clinician to complete that psychological evaluation.
Yeah.
Did you get a copy of the report?
Yeah, I got the copy from Mrs. Mapp, I believe.
Okay, and you read through it. What were your thoughts in regards to that report?
I think it's pretty much accurate. She just she got down to earth and she just kind of unfolded my thoughts, my inner thoughts, and she read through me like a book, and I think she hit the target. She did a very good job.
You think the information was accurate?
Yes, yes.
The recommendations that were provided were that you would benefit from mental health therapy to work on trauma issues, learn appropriate social interaction skills, find positive social connections, that you need case management services to help you with finding employment, maintaining housing. Now, one thing that was different from the prior evaluation that you had, Ms. Mom states that you do not need substance use treatment, that you do not present with significant substance abuse issues of concern. The first evaluation that you had, the psychological review from 2023, indicated that you would benefit from that type of treatment. Do you think you have a significant drug problem?
Not really. I quit doing drugs in, let's say I stopped using in 2015 because my parents, they got split up and they need somebody to take care for them. I got my niece and my nephew to watch over them and make sure they do okay in school. And I mean, I gotta take some responsibility for myself too. You know, I want to do good. I want to contribute to society, be a good citizen.
So you didn't relapse on meth while on parole?
Somebody gave me, I did use it, I didn't like it, I threw it away. I did use it though, I did use it though, but I couldn't get used to it because it's not how I do it. Just, I felt isolated by everything and everybody. So, I just like, you know, I kind of messed up right there. I'm taking responsibility for that. I feel bad. I did relapse and just mad, but it just was not the drug of choice that I want to use.
Did you participate in substance use treatment since the last hearing?
I have participated in programs the prison offers. Like, they're not official programs. I just participated in like the Step Up program, Prevail program with Ms. Mullen, the officer, the one who was running it. I went to high school. I want to earn my GED, my education equivalency diploma. You know, just like regular stuff like that. But when I came here, just like something more different. Like, it goes way more than like out of my control, and even from the board's control. I just like couldn't like, I just couldn't be in that program. But I participate.
Yeah, you were enrolled in the Garfield County Substance Use Treatment Program from July 2024 to September 2024
Yes,
with unsuccessful completion. What went wrong with that?
I got into altercation with the gay members. They just, I don't know what was the big deal of me being in there and trying to do something better for myself, and they just didn't want me to be over there. So they were just sending me threats, and I didn't like to take those threats because I knew that they were up to doing something, and I told them, you guys do what you guys want to do. Like, I don't want to be here with you guys and try to interfere with what you guys are doing. I just want to be safe, you know, feel safe. Don't want to be around these sort of people. That's
Yeah, well, since we're discussing, you know, the desire to be safe, I should point out that you were first committed to prison in 2017 for stalking. You had one case in 2017, one case in 2018. And then while on parole, you committed another stalking offense. This time it was a felony too. So one thing that comes to mind in regards to, you know, people being safe, I want to know that the community's safe before you get released back into society.
I don't plan to reoffend. I learned my lesson. You know, like ever since I got here to prison, I got to do what I need to do. I need to study, to educate myself, find an education, get some papers, work in the cleaning up and the showers and stuff like that, and passing out trays, and you know, participate just as much as I can. You know, I can do a little bit, but I cannot do it all. You know, just because, you know, a lot of people have power, and I don't have that much power. I'm humble. I'm humble because that's how I live. I live in the spirit of Christ. I taken out religion and stuff, and apparently that's not good enough for people. And just like I don't feel like I want to be with people out there. But you know, like I'll do better the next time that I go on parole. I'll keep it to myself and finish my parole. That's my goal.
So you said that you'll do better, and you said that you're not going to commit another offense. Is that how you're going to do it, just by staying by yourself, or is there other things that you've learned that are gonna?
I got my family. I got my mom and my brother, my niece and my nephew, my cousins, the church. I go to church sometimes, and I talk about, I talk about the gospels, and that's all about, just stay in the gospels and work and, help people who needs help and help myself out first, and just stay out of trouble. I don't want to be with those people because, like I told you, it's just like, I don't feel comfortable with them because it's more of a racial thing. I trust myself and I trust God and no one else.
All right, well, the board will take into consideration everything that you mentioned today. They'll look at your parole period, what occurred then, the new case that you were committed to prison on. They'll look at that psychological evaluation, the institutional progress report, and then decide how to move forward. I'm not involved in that decision-making process. That'll be up to the 5 board members. Is there anything else that you would like to discuss today before I conclude the hearing?
Yes, I like the court not to act biased or use discrimination. It's just how people move themselves out there. It's just I don't feel good. Like people discriminating people. Like I come from a minority. My group is marginalized, and I'm trying to do better for everybody. And just like that's why I took education and got my high school diploma so I can spend my education and move forward. I don't want to be out there causing trouble because I'm suffering already a lot. And yeah.
Well, I can assure you that the board would not use any racial discrimination or bias in their
Yes.
decision moving forward. What I can tell you is if you do not get a favorable outcome by the board, it's going to be based off of your history, the fact that you had 2 stalking convictions, that you returned to prison on a new stalking conviction while on parole, and that you did not complete the substance use treatment program as expected, leading to today's hearing.
Yes,
Those are the things that the board will consider. Anything additional?
yeah, just have mercy on me. I can go back to Mexico if you guys don't want me here in Utah. I don't want to be here like for the rest of my life. It's just not the place is empty, and I feel already like I'm already done because I'm away from my family. So I want to show people that I can do the job. I can take care of myself and my family and stuff like that. And that's it.
Okay, I will get this information over to the board in the next day or two. The 5 board members will review it. They should have a decision made within the next 3 weeks. They will mail you the board order. It will outline everything that's expected moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and conclude. All right, today's the time and place set for a rehearing for Julio Dominguez, offender number 184306. Mr. Dominguez, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing in your disclosure packet?
Yes, I did.
You feel ready to proceed today?
Absolutely.
All right, I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. You last appeared before the board in August of 2022 for a rehearing. The board ordered a second rehearing for today with an updated risk assessment and institutional progress report. And that's the main purpose of today's hearing, is to go over whatever's occurred since you last appeared before the board. You've got a number of original commitment offenses. You had a burglary, a theft, assault by prisoner, and then you picked up an aggravated burglary in 2016, felony 1. That had a minimum 10-year sentence, potential life sentence. That minimum 10-year mark passed in 2017. And then your guideline date on that was 96 months. That passed in April of 2023. So the board will take all of those dates and timeframes into consideration in making a decision after today's hearing. But if you could start with what you've been working on while incarcerated, any classes, programming, employment that you've been doing?
Yeah, absolutely. So far, I've taken advantage of most classes that the jail actually provides here. I completed the SUT program, CBT, MRT, typing classes, carpentry, welding. I start with Inside Out Data tomorrow at 10 in the morning. Basically, just about everything that the jail has to offer, I've taken advantage of it.
Now, with the exception of the 3 disciplinary violations that occurred February, April, and November of 2024, you've done really well while incarcerated, completed a number of classes, which you've outlined. The disciplinary violations that you have had within the past year were relatively minor violations. The board will take those into consideration. However, they will balance that with what you've been working on while incarcerated. And as I said, you have done quite well. Is there anything specific? Is there any main takeaways that you've had from those classes that you completed that you think that going to help you when you get released?
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like CBT actually kind of taught me how to be aware of my thoughts and high risk situations. Before, I wouldn't really acknowledge that I was putting myself into a potential situation that can catch me another charge or more time or anything like that. You kind of just when in Rome, you do what the Romans do, was kind of my mindset, and that's kind of how I looked at things. CBT actually taught me a little bit more about how to be aware of that and potential things I can do to kind of navigate me away from them risky situations. MRT, I would say, was pretty significant. It gave me a more moral compass, I would say. Growing up in, I guess, basically in the system, you surround yourself around people that are negative, and so you tend to feel like it's okay to do certain things. You know, you feel like, oh, I didn't tell on this guy, whatever, so I'm a decent person where I'm at, or I didn't do this in the prison, so I'm okay. I'm not a sex offender, I'm okay. But I would have to say that MRT kind of just taught me about just being more pro-social.
Now, you've been incarcerated for a significant period of time. Have you put some thought into your release plan and what you need to do to make sure you're successful upon release?
Yeah, I've been meeting with the caseworker here pretty regularly. We've been going over my release plan, and right now I have a positive environment that I can parole to. I got a good girlfriend that owns her own house. I got a job lined up, and I feel like the most important thing for me, short term, is getting a job and working as much as I possibly can. And long term, I eventually want to get out of Utah.
What type of work will you be doing?
So I got a job lined up at Kennecott Mines. I have no experience ever working in the mines, but I do have that lined up. And then I have another one lined up. I believe Tyler Gardner wrote the board pardons for me. He owns a company called Advanced Lining, and I still have a position available over there as soon as I get released.
Do you have any concern that you may fall back into some of the old friends, acquaintances, behavior that got you in prison in the first place?
Yeah, always. It's definitely a thought. It's always on my mind. I feel like I have no desire to want to go back to any of that. But a lot of the friends that I do have are people that I grew up with and almost consider them family. It's something I kind of go over in my head about how am I going to say no to these guys, or how am I going to, and that's ultimately the reason why I want to get out of Utah, because I don't even want to be close to any of my old friends.
How confident are you that life's always going to be difficult, but especially if you're trying to do it the right way this time, and when work is hard, you're not getting paid a ton, bills are piling up, you've got relationships that you're trying to manage. When all of that stuff is piling up on you, how are you going to manage that rather than going back to, the old lifestyle which was a little more easy, carefree, and, probably better money? How are you going to manage that?
I'm just going to think about this 10 years. It scared the hell out of me. I don't ever want to see this place again. I don't ever want to put myself in a situation to potentially have to go through this again. So that's something that stays in my mind always. And like I said, I feel like I'm not nearly as impulsive as I was before. CBT's kind of taught me how to recognize the situations before they actually happened. And so when I do see them about to occur, I'm gonna think about everything that I've been through this last 10 years.
Do you think you have the emotional maturity to be able to fight through those life difficulties that I mentioned?
Now I do, yeah, absolutely.
All right. What I will do after today's hearing is I will get all of the information that's in your institutional progress report, all the class completions, the letters that have been received on your behalf. I will get all of that and your statements from today's hearing. I'll get all that information over to the 5 board members for their review. It'll be up to them to decide if and when you should be released under what conditions. Are you willing to do parole if that's the direction the board goes?
100%.
All right. It could take up to 3 weeks for the board to deliberate and make a decision. Once they've made that decision, they'll mail it over to you. That board order will outline everything that's expected moving forward. If there is a release date, it'll have the conditions of release attached, any contingencies, things like that for your review.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
Okay, appreciate it.
9484. Mr. Vea, did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
I have not.
Okay, which one? Did you receive notice of the hearing?
For the hearing, yes, I received that.
But you did not receive a blue disclosure packet?
No, I haven't got any blue disclosure packet. I had one already from the last hearing I was in, but I thought they would send me another one because I kind of lost mine in transition on my way here to county from the prison. So I didn't get the blue packet.
And what would have been included in that blue packet? It really would have been the only thing that would have been there was the institutional progress report. That would be the new information. And then everything that the board's going to consider after today's hearing, I'm going to discuss with you today. But you do have the right to review all of that information prior to the hearing, so you are able to respond to it. So
Yeah,
I can give you
reviewed any of it.
Okay, so you have a couple options. You could decide that you're okay not having received that disclosure and that you're willing to proceed with the hearing today, or you could ask for the hearing to be postponed. Then the board would send you out any of those disclosure documents and you'd be scheduled for another hearing on the next available calendar. So how would you like to proceed?
Well, I just want to just do the board and proceed with the board hearing, if that's all right. And then from there, if there's any possible way I can get my blue packet mailed to me from here.
Yes. Yep, we can proceed that way. We'll proceed with today's hearing. I'll have the disclosure people send you out your disclosure documents. And then if there's anything in that that you would like to respond to that we don't talk about today, you can always send in a letter.
Okay.
All right. So you were scheduled for a rescission hearing back in December. There was some question about a pending case. And you had to be at court for that case, so you missed your rescission hearing. I looked at what was available in the court system, and the case that was pending at that time was an assault by a prisoner, and it was dismissed without prejudice back in December of 2023. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And so the cases the board has jurisdiction over is the two 2018 cases, the aggravated assault and the possession of a dangerous weapon. And then you had the 2019 case. It was a Class A misdemeanor assault by prisoner. And then the main purpose of today's hearing is to go over what you've been working on since your last hearing. Were you able to get into substance use treatment?
Yes, right now I'm doing MRT, finished my MRT class.
Did you finish that one?
Well, I'm almost done, but I'm ready. I just got a couple things I have to discuss because we usually discuss it one-on-one with the teacher here. So I'm just waiting on that just to get processed. It's gonna pretty much getting processed for the MRT book. And so from there, after that, I should be done. But I'm pretty much finished with it, just waiting for the certificate.
Okay, and then it also showed that you were enrolled in cognitive behavioral intervention. It looks like it has some substance use component to it. Are you still doing that?
Yes, that's also pending too. I'm actually almost finished with that. But yeah, I have a couple of more assignments that I still have to finish up, and then I'll be on my way.
When do you think you'll be done with those?
Maybe in the next 2 weeks at the most. So we usually do CBT in a group. So everybody's so it's a class here. So we usually all come together and discuss everything. But well, usually everybody graduates all of that at the same time. But for me, I had a couple of minor little setbacks with just trying to get situated with this court that I'm dealing with, and so I wasn't able to be around to finish any of the assignments. So I should be finished in maybe in the next 2 weeks.
Okay. You're housed at the Garfield County Jail. You haven't had any new disciplinary violations. Your last disciplinary violation was in February of last year. The institution submitted a report, says you're not a management problem, that you get along with staff and other inmates there. And then talks about your classes that you've been participating in. In regards to your release plan, is it still do you still want to go to the Building Beginnings program?
Yeah, I still want to start building beginnings. I've never been there, so I've never been to Utah County. I think it'll be a fresh start for me, to start somewhere where I don't know anybody. I don't have to get where I don't end up getting in trouble and falling back to what I used to do. Yeah, I was at the halfway house. It didn't really go so well. And when I was there at Fortitude, things just went downhill. And I couldn't stop hanging around the friends I used to know. But as I've been here in Garfield, I've been learning a lot about just trying to find other places, trying to find things to better myself. And I think the thing that's been holding me back a lot from my last time incarcerated was a lot of my family, a lot of old friends. So I think just trying to get away from that is better, is what's best for me right now.
Okay. And if the board is inclined to have you released on parole, are you willing to do parole and follow all the conditions associated with that?
Yes, sir.
And you stated the community correctional center, the halfway house, wasn't a good placement for you. You'd like to do Building Beginnings. And then what are your plans after you finish that type of programming?
I hope to get into school at Building Beginnings because I really want to start doing welding. That's been my option, my goal option, since I came to Garfield. I feel like if I wanted to do something, I wanted to go back to school. I've already had a diploma when I first came to prison. So, but I didn't really do anything with it. I didn't pursue any careers. And in here, I'm trying to learn how to do it, get into the welding, because we have welding courses. So I'm trying to do that. And then I'll also try to finish that out when I get out to the streets and try to figure that out. I really want to get a sponsor into doing it through trading school, or having a sponsor there for my welding, sit there and help me sit down. I think that will help me, hopefully, and like benefit me from, and keep me more structured and occupied out there. I really need a career job, so I'm just trying to get into career, trying to look for something that I can really like. And I've got into welding at the new prison, and from there I didn't really get to finish it because they moved me here to Garfield. But when I was over there, I did a couple of classes. It was something that I was really wanting to do. But since I came here, I've been doing county, so I just been focused on the program. But when I get out, I hope to get back into a school.
Well, you do have some good plans as far as schooling goes and programming. You've done some positive things since your last hearing, completed some classes. You're participating in the classes the board would expect. One thing that's going to be of concern is just your criminal history. You had the aggravated assault, then an assault by a prisoner, then you had some things that have come up since you've been incarcerated. And while you were on parole, it was reported that you had made some threats towards the staff at the facility. Do you feel like you're in a position now where you can better manage your frustrations and stress and anger and that type of thing?
Yeah, I don't know about the threats about the staff. I haven't had any encounters with any of the staff there. I feel like a lot of my behavior has been towards the people I was living with, and it wasn't really. I haven't really done anything towards the staff to be like a safe risk towards them. I just feel like when my living situation, things do get stressed out, and I'm starting to learn now how to manage things a lot more better, because at the end of the day, I know I have to be here. So to better myself, I started doing a lot of classes and just trying to work on that. Since I've been down in Garfield, I've been a lot more respectful to a lot of the COs. I feel like I haven't given them any problems for them to send me out of the program. So I feel like I've done better. So that's an improvement for me. Yeah, at the new prison, I don't really know much about the situations, about the reports, about the COs saying those accusations, or just those things about me. I don't really know.
Yeah,
much.
and just to clarify, so the reports of threats towards staff, that was when you were on parole. So this would have been back in 2022 that threatening staff at Fortitude Treatment Center.
Yeah, I was being verbally aggressive with the officers. That was a bad time. Around that time, my situation there was that I came into Fortitude with the job already in hand, and the COVID hit, the pandemic hit, and they weren't following COVID guidelines at Fortitude. They were putting us on 20-day quarantines at Fortitude. I wasn't able to come out of my cell. I was only able to get 23 hours a day and not 1 hour to use my phone and hang out in the smoke yard at the Fortitude building. And that made me angry because I've been working at this job even before I came to Fortitude. And so what made me more upset was that they gave me a 20-day quarantine, and for every person that tested positive, because we were living in dorms at the time, they were making so for every test, if there was a positive, the people in the dorm ended up having to do having to redo their quarantine. And I was on a 20-day quarantine lockdown. I wasn't able to work. I wasn't able to. I've been working at this job for the last year, almost a year and a half, almost two. And so when I went to Fortitude, it was new to me that they were hitting us with quarantine. And so I wanted to go to work really bad because I was on borderline of losing my job. And I worked at IFA in the IFA distribution center off of 1700. And I had a really good job. The manager really liked me. They wanted me to work there. Things didn't work out at my placement before, so I ended up having to go to the halfway house. And when I showed up there everybody was on quarantine. So I did a 20-day quarantine. I ended up testing positive, so they made me redo my other quarantine again. So I did like 40-day quarantine at the halfway house, and that kind of stressed me out. And so when I asked the COs, I ended up telling COs like, hey, you guys are not even following COVID guidelines. So, because it's usually supposed to be 10 days. And then if you test clean, they usually let you off the hook, but they kept redoing everybody's quarantine. And that's what made me mad at the time.
And some details are more important than others, but
Yeah.
the more important thing of all this is inevitably when you get out on parole this time around, there's going to be maybe parole agents or people that you're working with, coworkers, bosses. There's gonna be things that come up that are gonna be frustrating, and they may even be unfair to you. But if something like that comes up where you view it to be unfair, have you learned skills to manage it rather than resulting to threatening behavior?
Yeah, I think just being more patient. The way I went at the situation with the COs was that I felt like they weren't listening to what I had to say about the COVID, and just trying to, and then just from there, my temper at the time was just escalating because I feel like I wanted to be heard and I wanted to be listened. So I wanted to be heard and I wanted to be listened to, and I felt like I wasn't having that, and that's why I reacted the way I acted. But just trying to, like, now that I'm just being more patient and trying to see a silver lining to the situation, kind of better myself. And would have kept me out of prison and instead of returning.
Yeah. All right. Well, you've done well this reporting period. The board will take that into consideration. I'll let them know that you're on track to complete those classes here in the next couple weeks. Are you willing to do parole?
Yeah, I had a quick question. I wanted to ask if there was do you know when my expiration date is?
The one that's showing in here in my paperwork is March 24th, 2028.
2028. Okay. All right. I feel more confident now to do parole. The building beginnings, I've already wrote them already, so I'm already trying to get an answer. I'm just waiting for an answer, but hopefully if I get into the program, I want to start. I want to start there.
Okay. All right, I'll get this over to the board for their consideration. They should be able to make a decision within the next 3 weeks. Could be sooner than that. They'll mail you the board order. It'll outline everything that's expected moving forward. If it's parole, to have the conditions attached to it. If the board's considering what would be quick release, that's generally anything within 60 days. So if they are going for a quick release, it takes, a few weeks for them to make a decision and then another 30 days after that to put the release date in place. So if they were to go with the release as soon as possible, that would likely be in the next 60 days.
Okay.
All right. Thank you for your time today. Any additional information you'd like to discuss?
No, not that I have in mind, no.
All right. Thank you. We'll go ahead and conclude the hearing.
Okay, thank you, guys.
All right. Today is the time and place set for an original hearing for Matthew Gallegos, offender number 2595532. Is that you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Did you receive at least 7 days prior notice of today's hearing and a disclosure packet that you've been able to review?
Yes, sir.
I'll be taking testimony from you. If you could raise your right hand, I'll swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing today. The board did a scheduling review. They set today's hearing with the expectation that you complete substance use treatment and cognitive behavioral therapy. We'll go over the progress you've made in those areas. But before I do that, I need to go over your commitment offenses with you. You've got a number of cases. You got case number 221-901-424, possession or use of a controlled substance. This occurred June of 2022. You were taken into custody by Ogden PD, and you were found in possession of meth, paraphernalia, and pocket knife. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, it says that the initial reason why they picked you up was on a juvenile pickup order?
Yes.
All right. So were you in JJS custody?
Yes.
All right. Had you been to secure care?
Yeah.
So what led up to that? Why were you in secure care as a juvenile?
When I was I got charges that sent me to secure care. Like I got possession of a firearm and resisting arrest.
So were you running around with gangs, or what were the circumstances that caused you to be in possession of a firearm?
Yes, I was part of a gang.
All right. Are you still involved with the gang?
I'm trying to move away from it. I'm staying away from it. Trying to do what I need to get away from that lifestyle.
What gang are you in?
Blood.
All right. And that's something you got involved with at an early age and kind of stayed with it throughout your juvenile years?
Yes, sir.
Well, the good thing is that you somehow landed yourself in the county jail there, and it may be a little bit more difficult to stay away from it if you were at the prison, the state prison. So maybe that was a benefit to you being, you're young, so I'm glad to see it went that direction rather than end up in the state prison and get involved with gangs there and then, go down a different path. So
Yes.
that's good that you're trying to at least separate yourself enough to where you can, do some positive things. So did you go straight from secure care to, did you go live with your family, or where were you living after that?
I was living in group homes, like Proctor homes.
Okay. And then that's when you got picked up on the pickup order and.
Yes.
All right. And then based off of that one case, they moved you right into the adult system?
Yes.
And then you, in 2023, you had case 231-901-187, attempted theft by receiving stolen property, third-degree felony, and failure to stop, Class A. This occurred April of 2023. You were in possession of a stolen car, fled on foot from police, but you were apprehended. You were in possession of drug paraphernalia. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
All right. And then the next year, you picked up another case, 241-900-111, theft, receiving a stolen motor vehicle, second-degree felony, failure to stop, third-degree felony. This one occurred in December of 2023. Once again, you were in a stolen vehicle, fled. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
And then your last case, 241-900-102, attempted assault by prisoner, Class A misdemeanor, May of 23. You were over at the Weber County Jail. You and some other inmates assaulted an inmate there.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, like I already mentioned, you ended up getting placed over there at the county jail. How have things been going there?
Things been going really good. I've been doing the school packets. I've been trying to do the MRT and programs here, but the board, they removed my contingencies to do substance abuse. So they said I'm at the bottom of the list to do that. But before I came here, at the prison, I was in the solid program. I was spending most of my time in there. I've been doing classes and doing the therapy, and then that helped a lot too.
So why did you say you got put at the bottom of the list for substance use treatment?
Because I'm not contingent anymore. The board removed my contingency in September.
Okay. When's the last time you used?
The last time I used was last year, January, before I got picked up.
And are you confident you'll be able to stay clean when you get out?
Yes, I have things in place to help me. I have good support groups to help me. And my main goal is to stay away from Ogden and all the areas that are a trigger and risk factors for me.
Where do you don't have to give me an address, but where are you plan on living?
Well, I got a sober living set up. It's Jay Walker in Orem. I talked to Mallory. We had a phone interview a couple of days ago on Friday. We had a phone interview. We got everything set up. She got a bed in place for me.
Okay. And I did review that information prior to the hearing. I'll make sure I emphasize that for the board, that you do plan on going straight to that program upon release. And then what about long-term goals? So you make sure you don't end up getting back in with the same group that got you into all this trouble.
I plan to stay away from like Ogden, Salt Lake, that area. Mainly like get my own house, and I'm gonna do the program that they have there in sober living. I talked to Mallory. I'm gonna do a program, and that's our plan for when I get out. So that's gonna help me to make a relapse prevention plan, get everything in order.
Are you still working on your high school diploma?
Yes, sir.
How far along are you? Do you know how many credits you have left?
No, I do not know how many credits I got left, but I know I got quite a few when I was in the prison, and I'm getting packets done here.
Now, it's not just about where you got housed, although I do think it's fortunate you end up getting moved over to the county jail, but how are you able to stay away from gangs and everything like that when you first got put into prison?
Well, at first, I told them when I first hit general population, I told them I don't want to do that. I want to stay away from that. And I told everybody here that I just want to do what I need to get out and, you know, better myself. And they kind of respected that. They did.
Yeah, because that's quite the change from what you were doing all the way from your juvenile years up until your last county jail placement in Weber, where you got into it seems like that was some type of a gang-related assault, to prison where you could have kept going down that same path, but you decided not to. I think that shows, you know, some good insight that you had coming into prison, because a lot of times you come into prison 18, 19, 20, and you go down that other path, you start hanging out with gangs, you get involved with that, then you end up staying in prison for a long time. You pick up new charges while incarcerated. And so I think you made some smart choices. Hopefully that continues when you get released.
Yes, sir. That's the plan.
Your guideline date's coming up, February 11th, 2025. The board will look at that date for possible release. They can deviate from that. And you are willing to do parole if that's the direction the board goes?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'll get the information over to the 5 board members after today's hearing. Generally, it takes a couple weeks for them to make a decision. They'll mail you the board order. It'll outline everything that's expected moving forward. Was there any other information that we haven't discussed that you would like the board to consider?
No, I just got a sober living in place, hopefully, because my projected release date is coming up. So I got sober living in place. I'm gonna do the treatment there. I got everything in order. I got jobs in order. I just got everything in order because Mallory, the person that runs the place, we talked about it over the phone. So we just got everything in place if they tend to release me on that projected release date.
All right. I'll let the board know. Thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we'll go ahead and conclude. All right, today's the time and place set for a rescission hearing. How do you pronounce your first name?
It's Aaliyah.
Aaliyah Hunter, fender number 232002. Miss Hunter, we are getting started a few minutes early. Were you expecting anybody to listen in, or do you want to delay the hearing a few minutes to start at the expected start time? Or are you okay to proceed now?
No, I'm okay to proceed now.
Okay. My name is Joel Robinson. I'm a hearing officer. I work for the board. I'll be conducting your hearing. And did you receive prior notice of the hearing and you feel ready to proceed?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I'll be taking testimony from you. Do you swear or affirm the statements you provide today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. You had a hearing back in May of last year. It was your original hearing. You were granted a February 2025 parole date contingent on CBT completion and no disciplinary violations. Subsequently, the board received notice that you had new disciplinary violations. Your parole date was rescinded and you were scheduled for today's hearing. Any information you want to provide on those disciplinaries?
I did write a letter whenever the appropriate time is. I would like to go ahead and read that to you.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. I said, Board of Pardons and Parole. I am writing this letter in regards to my parole date. I would like to take full accountability for my actions and the choices that I had made while being at the prison. Since my write-ups, I have bettered myself by removing myself from those negative situations and am now here at Wasatch County Jail. I am currently enrolled in MRT, enrolled in high school. I go to every NA and AA class. I have held a steady job working in the kitchen. I am continuing to use every opportunity I can to learn the tools I need to use to make better choices for my parole. I have a strong, responsible plan upon my release. Go to Orange Street, complete the Orange Street program, work a job, check in on my check-in days with APMP, take full advantage and complete all the classes I can, continue attending NA and AA, find me a sponsor, and complete my high school. I would love to get involved into sober activities, such as taking care of my 4 children, sober softball, going to the gym, attending all my children's recreational activities, attending church regularly, and furthering my Native American beliefs. I would like the opportunity for a chance to succeed on parole and to become a successful member of society as well as my tribe. I would like to become peer support to help women struggling. I would love to set a good example for others that are incarcerated, as well as my children. My grandma and grandpa who raised me and my siblings now has my 4 children and their 2 cousins. My grandma has been diagnosed with Parkinson's, and having the pressure of taking care of 6 kids really is taking a toll on her health. I feel it would be beneficial for her health and to my children to be reunited with them as soon as possible. Thank you for allowing me your time. I hope you can take these words into consideration.
Well, those statements will be taken into consideration. I'll make sure the board has those for review. Thank you for coming to today's hearing prepared. You've explained how things have gotten better since your last disciplinary violation, what you've been working on. I've noted those things, the classes that you're participating in your employment. And it's a positive thing to see that you've made the appropriate changes ever since you got picked up that disciplinary violation. You've also outlined your release plans and what you plan on doing to be successful on parole. I'll make sure the board has that information. I'll be requesting that they implement another release date. Your prior parole date was at guideline. It was the April 4th, 2025. Now, by the time the board gets the information, reviews it, makes a decision, and puts another release date in place, it's likely going to be beyond that February 4th, but it may be close to it. Now, the expectation will be that you don't have any disciplinary violations, and if you do, then we'll end up back here again to discuss what happened. But do you have any other information you'd like to present today?
No, thank you. Other than I know one of my last contingencies was to complete MRT, and I am on step 10. I'll be passing step 10 off, step 9 off today. So I only have like 2-3 more steps after that. So I have completed MRT since being here at Wasatch, or well, I'm going to have completed it.
Yeah, how long will it take you to finish those last 2 to 3 steps?
2 weeks.
Okay, I'll let the board know that.
And I don't know. Since being here at Wasatch, I've just made a huge change in my life, and I'm super thankful for the opportunity to come to a place that's better for me and where I was able to be better. The prison was just a dark place, and I'm just, I don't know, super ready to just be a better woman.
All right. All right, I'll get this information over to the board. They should be able to make a decision here in the next couple weeks. They'll mail you the board order. It'll outline everything that's expected moving forward, but likely the same thing that was expected previously. You finish up that class, the last couple steps, so you don't have any new disciplinary violations, and the same parole with the conditions that were attached to that.
Okay.
All right, thank you for your time today.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, we'll go ahead and conclude.
Okay.
All right, guys, I believe that is going to be the last hearing of the day, but we'll see right now if they cut the stream. It's been a long day today, man. This stream has been going on since for the last 8.5 hours. Man, these parole agents or parole hearing commissioners, they definitely got a tough job. A lot of sitting, a lot of listening, and a lot of writing. See if somebody walks by. Really weird channel to have people so judgmental. Where is the purpose? What's the purpose? Why are we doing that? All right. So yeah, this is it. It's over, guys. I really appreciate you guys tuning in. Did I miss anything good? I stepped away. I've been editing the other videos for the other hearings. I was adding other names and whatnot, information. Anyhow, I'm gonna go ahead and cut the stream. I really appreciate you guys tuning in. I should be back tomorrow morning. I normally start at about 6 a.m. or so. So make sure you got the alert set up. And like I said around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it's lights out. And with that, we are out of here. You guys have a good one.